Good morning, stream. Why is my damn stream labels thing not updating? Oh, that was loud as hell. Oh, my subscriber thing is updated. Never mind. I apologize, Streamlabs. Alright, let's get cracking here.
Credel's body and his Gia and Dasco Sunday. He thought and his friends planned for Sunday. He thought of Gia and Dasco standing over Credel's body, and his stomach wrenched. They must be investigating the murderer. The day the seat had been attacked, Gia had seen him flee from the other students. That had been explained with Adara's help, but mayhap she still regarded him with some suspicion. But she could not possibly think he was involved with Credel's death. She had been one of the few people at the academy, instructor or otherwise, who had been kind to Eben from the moment he arrived. Dasco spoke suddenly, surprising him. "You are Eben." Surprising him. "You are Eben of the family Drayden, are you not?" "Yes." "I am Dasco. I have seen you about the academy, of course, though it was not until recently that I learned your name." "Ah," said Eben uncomfortably, not sure what response was expected of him. Dasco turned to regard him keenly. "Now is an..." to regard him keenly. "Now is an ill time, for Gia awaits you, but I had wondered if, on some occasion, I might speak with you, privately." Eben swallowed. He hardly thought that instructors needed permission for such a thing. "Of course. I am at your service." "Excellent. Soon, then. Here we are." And indeed they were. In his surprise, Eben had lost track of their progress, but now they stood at the door that led to Gia's study. Eben gave Dasco one last awkward nod, which the man returned before striding away through the halls. Then Eben lifted a hand and knocked. "Come in," said Gia from the other side. Eben turned the latch and stepped within. "Eben, excellent." Within. "Eben, excellent. Please come and have a seat. Please come. Please. Please. Eben, excellent. Please come and have a seat. Would you like a cup of water?" Now that you mention it," said Eben, realizing that his throat was as dry as the deserts of home. "But I can pour it." "Do not be silly. Sit." She rose and went. "Sit." She rose and went to the side table, poured 2 wooden cups, and placed Eben.
Hey, thanks for the follow, Rez611. Welcome to the stream. Happy to have you.
She rose and went to the side table, poured 2 wooden cups, and placed Eben's in front of him before returning to her seat. But when she caught sight of his face, she must have seen how frightened he was. "Did Dasco not tell you why I wished to see you?" The bluntness of the question took him by surprise. His skin crawled beneath his robes. "No, instructor." She looked skywards. Blast that man. Doubtless he did not think of it, and has forgotten what it was like to be a student. "You are not in trouble." Eben could not help it. He let out a loud bark of laughter, nearly choking on his water. He put the cup down and coughed, and then sank into the cushions while pounding on his chest. Gia graced him with a small smile, though she hid it quickly. "I imagine you were worried." "I may have been," said Eben, his voice hoarse with choking. Her smile died. choking. Her smile died. Well and good, but this is still... Her smile died. Well and good, but this is still a matter of gravest importance. I must ask you some questions, and it is imperative that you are absolutely honest. Eben sat up straighter. Of course, instructor. Tell me again what happened when you left us on the day the seat was attacked. His heart quailed. He had guessed wrong. This was to do with Cyrus, not Credell. She had said he was not in trouble, so she did not suspect him of anything, but still this seemed a dangerous line of questioning. I thought I had explained that already. Tell me again. The whole of the tale from the... Tell me again. The whole of the tale from beginning to end. Shifting in his seat, Eben repeated the same lie he had told her before, when he and Adara had landed on the shores of Selvin and then made their way to the other refugees. It was a lie Adara had helped him craft. In his ear he heard him craft. In his ear he heard her voice as though she were speaking to him now. They must believe your reason for leaving them, and so it must be something you would do. Good-hearted, if mayhap a bit foolish. After the blue-clad soldiers attacked us in the streets, said Eben, I thought I saw someone running close by. They wore black robes, and so I thought a student had become separated from the group. I chased after them. Which was foolish, I know, said Eben, ducking his head. Hopefully she would think it was shame at her chastisement, rather than at the lie he told. Again he heard Adara's soft words. The best lie is rooted in truth, yet you can make no mention of me whatever. Therefore I shall be someone else, someone who will speak to the truth of your tale, if I ask them to. But still I did it, and when finally I caught them, I found only a woman in a black dress who had fled the fighting. I tried to return with her to the other students, but you had already left through the wall. I followed the trail to the docks from which you had already sailed. There was a small rowboat that had been cast off from its ship and was nearly too far from the docks to reach. I dove into the bay, swam to it, and rowed back to her. Then we set out for Selvin. The woman's name? Mitra. To the docks from which you had already sailed. There was a small... I followed the trail to the docks from which you had already sailed.
Come on, word. There you are.
Ready sail.
All right, we're going to try this. Headphones might be nice.
I tried to return with her to the other students, but you had already left through the wall. Check. 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 I tried to return with her to the other students, but you had already left through the wall. I followed the trail to the dock, from which you had already sailed.
I tried to return with her to the other
Other
students, but you had already left through the wall.
I followed the trail to the docks, from which you had already sailed. There was a small rowboat that had been cast off from its ship, and was nearly too far from the docks to reach.
Okay, let's see how this worked. Hey, hey, what's up, Erica? Oh, wow. Interesting. Wow. That's impressive.
Left through the wall. I followed the trail to the docks, from which you had already... I tried to return with her to the other students, but you had already left through the wall. I followed the trail to the docks, from which you had already sailed. There was a
Hey!
small rowboat that had been cast off from its ship, and...
That worked perfectly. Oh, is it really?
cast off from its ship, and was...
See, that's my jam.
off from its ship, and was nearly too far from the docks to reach. I dove into the bay, swam to it, and rowed back to her. Then...
Yeah, that'll happen.
docks to reach. I dove into the bay, swam to it, and rowed back to her. Then we set out for Selvin. The woman's name? Mitra. Mitra. She told me she was a handmaiden from the palace. She told me she was a handmaiden from the palace.
Yeah, that makes sense.
The woman's name? Mitra. She told me she was a handmaiden from the palace. Gia sighed and leaned back, steepling her fingers. Very well. We have spoken with the woman, and she tells the same tale. I am sorry I had to ask again, but the dean insisted. A wave of relief washed through him. Insisted. A wave of relief. Insisted. A wave of relief washed through him, though he tried to hide it. Gia looked away for a moment and then leaned forwards again. Eben, tell me one thing, and no matter your answer, I vow to you that I will not be upset. Do you swear that you did not return to the academy at any time during the attack? His heart skipped a beat. No, instructor. I mean, yes, I do swear it. I did not return here. Then he hesitated. He had no wish to further this line of thinking, and yet he had not returned to the academy and could hardly say anything to incriminate himself. So he pressed on. Why do you ask? She regarded him carefully. Have you heard any... him carefully. Have you heard any rumors floating about the halls of late? Eben blushed. Mayhap. Something to do with the vaults? Do with the vaults? Carefully she folded her hands on the desk. Yes. I would ask you never to repeat such rumors. They do no one any good, though of course all our attempts to quell them have only redoubled them. But yes, something was taken from the vaults. Already we sought the thief, of course, but Instructor Credel's death has given the search a fresh urgency. Whoever broke into the vaults may have had something to do with the murder. So I will ask you once more, and then leave it alone. Did you return to the academy during the fighting? If you... Fighting. During the fighting. The fighting.
Oh, sorry, Erica. I wasn't looking at chat for a second. Oh my god. That's so awesome, Erica. Does that mean that you're going to travel to New York more as well? Or like are you going to start traveling back there?
Fighting. If you saw anything at all, it could be the kernel of information that helps us discover the thief's identity and may up the murderers. Eben understood at last and relaxed. They were questioning him not about Cyrus, but about the theft, and not because he was a Drayden, but because he had become separated from the group. He could answer honestly and with a clear conscience. No, instructor. I swear it. I left the academy when you did and returned with you. I know nothing of the vaults. I am only relieved you do not suspect me of the theft. Gia smirked. Me of the theft.
Hmm.
of the theft.
That's excellent, Erica. Yeah, some people hire that way. It's funny.
Me of the theft. Gia smirked. Oh, there was no question of that. The vault. Oh. Gia smirked. Oh, there was no question of that. The vaults are protected by incredibly powerful enchantments, and you will forgive my saying, and you will forgive. Enchantments, and you will forgive my saying so, you were only a first-year transmuter. We know without doubt that you had no hand in the theft itself. Eben laughed wryly, and it earned him another smile. Mayhap this is the first time I am gladdened by my own lack of power. Not for long, I think. Under Perrin's able tutelage, you should progress through your lessons most quickly. He sat up. I will return to...
That's really awesome, Erica.
I will return to class and attempt to prove you right. Not just yet, she said, holding up a finger. Yet, she said, holding up a finger. She said, holding up a finger. From a drawer in her... From up a finger. From a drawer in her desk, she withdrew a slip of paper and handed it to him. A missive, sent for you. Eben frowned, and then he recognized the Drayden family seal pressed into the wax that held the parchment closed. He blanched. Parchment closed. He blanched. Gia's eyes hardened. Is everything all right? He tried to force a smile. Fine, instructor. He took the letter and cracked the seal. There, in his mother's thin handwriting, was a simple note. We have arrived, and await you in the manor. Hesta. Carefully he folded the letter and stowed it in a pocket. His throat was suddenly dry, and he took another sip of water. Eben, you look troubled. Tell me what is wrong. It is my family, Eben said reluctantly. It is my family. It is my family, Eben said reluctantly. They have arrived. Reluctantly. They have... Eben said reluctantly. They have arrived upon the seat. Gia leaned back in her chair, letting a few heartbeats of silence stretch between them. Between them. I see. Far be it from me to pry into your affairs, Eben, but I hope you know that you need not visit them if you do not wish to. Eben gave a wry smile and shook his head. If I did not, they would send someone to fetch me. The family Drayden is powerful indeed, but their reach does not penetrate the Academy's walls. Eben heard steel hidden in her words, not anger at him, but an unyielding promise of strength, especially since Dean Cyrus was lost. Stay if you wish, and I vow that no one will drag you forth. Her conviction and the kindness that rested behind it brought a lump to the back of his throat and made his eyes smart. But he wondered if she would speak so confidently if she knew of Mako, who seemed to appear and disappear from the library on a whim. I thank you, instructor, and if it were only my family who wished to see me, I might do as you say. But it is my mother as well. And if it were only my family...
God damn it. I messed up another one. That's funny. Hey.
Check.
She knew of Mako, who seemed to appear and disappear from the library on a whim.
I thank you, instructor. And if it would...
She knew of Mako, who seemed to appear and disappear from the library on a whim.
I thank you, instructor. And if it were only my family...
She knew of Mako, who seemed to appear and disappear from the library on a whim.
I thank you, instructor. And if it were only my father who wished to see me, I might do as you say. But it is my mother as well. In fact, the note came from her, and my Aunt Halab, who has always been kind to me. is my mother as well.
Library on a whim. I thank you, instructor.
And if it were only my father who wished to see me, I might do as you say.
But it is my mother as well. In fact, the note came from her, and my Aunt Halab, who has always been kind to me, and most of all, my sister, Albi, who I have missed the longest. No, I will go to see them, though the good will be tarnished by the bad. As you wish. You may go now if you like. I will send a note along to excuse you from the day's classes. As I said, discuss the vault with no one. I will not, instructor. She gave him a sharp look, eyes glinting. Not even with Theron and young Calum? Eben swallowed and looked away. Eben swallowed and looked away. Of course not, instructor. Her pursed lips made it. Of course not, instructor. Her pursed lips made him wonder if she believed him. Well, if you should think of anything else that might help, I will tell you at once, instructor, said Eben. And thank you. He left her and made for the academy's front door, shaking his arms as he went, for a thrill of fear still coursed through him. Chapter 12.
Okay, well, that was a rough one, honestly, but we're done. Ugh. Oh, yeah, that's the slowest chapter we've done so far. But what are you going to do?
Chapter 12. Eben.
Hold on, I need to refresh my coffee.
Eben stopped in the front hall. He had meant to go straight into the street and make for the manor, but now he wondered if he should go up to his dormitory and change into fresh robes. His hands shook no matter how he tried to rid himself of his anxiety, and his breath came so shallow that it set his head to spinning. He heard his father's voice in his mind. Coward. Sniveling coward. And indeed, he felt himself on the verge of tears. Self-loathing filled him at the fear that blossomed in his breast, and yet he could not dismiss it. What did he think would happen? Did he think his father would strike him? Harm him? Try to kill him even? No, certainly not. Especially not if Halab were there, which she would be. Would Shay try to remove him from the academy? Eben doubted it, for he could have done that by letter. And again, there was Halab. She would object, and Shay would not gainsay. Halab. She would have... She would object, and Shay would not gainsay her. Mayhap Eben only feared the look in his father's eyes, the hatred he knew he would find there, and the scorn. He forced him. There, and the scorn. He forced himself to square his shoulders. Never mind going upstairs to change. He had no other clothes, only his student's robes were allowed in the Citadel. He could don a fresh set, but why? It would make no difference to his father. Let Shay see him with some of the day's dust upon him, and with palms smudged with ink from his books. Eben was a wizard now, or at least he was studying to be one. Shay could face that truth or fly into a rage at it, but it would change nothing. He went to the academy's wide front door. Nothing. He went to the academy's wide front door. Melly stood. He went to the Academy's wide front door. Melly stood there, and Eben made to stop and explain, but before he could, she reached over and opened the door without saying a word. He stared for a moment, confused, but then shook his head and left. He had long ago given up on trying to make sense of the mad woman's actions. Winter had come at last to the High King's seat, and snow fell gently from the gray above. Though clouds covered the sky, they were thin, and so the sun still shone through them, lighting the island in its glow. The snow muffled all sound, so that the clattering of construction and the rumbling of wagon wheels sounded distant, like a city observed from atop a mountain.
Quick bathroom break. Be right back.
Eben had retrieved his overcoat from where it hung outside Perrin's classroom, and he wrapped it tighter about himself. His hood helped keep his hair free of the falling snow. Quietly he murmured thanks that the streets were clear, for his shoes were not meant to wade through deep drifts. Servants of the High King had been about, their horses dragging great plows that pushed the had been about, their horses dragging High King had been about, their horses dragging great plows that pushed the snow off and into the gutters. Back home in Idris, the cold had sometimes been worse than this, but Idris was a desert and never saw snow. Some thought that meant the land was gentler, but in truth it was the opposite. Here in the green lands, the earth itself resisted any changes in weather. When the day was hot, the ground held that heat, so that evening took longer to cool the air. And when the sun rose in the morning, the trees clutched at night's chill and sent it wafting along on dawn's breezes. In the desert, change came fast and harsh. The sun's absence turned night into a frozen void where one could die from exposure in no time, and daylight's baking rays were reflected by the sand itself, so that travelers were roasted from above and below. All life and society in Idris were tailored around the desert's merciless nature, from the homes to the horses. Despite the snow that dusted him now, Eben found this land far gentler and felt grateful for it. He had thought the road to the Drayden Manor would seem longer, with the dread of his father looming over him. But in fact, it seemed far too short a time before he stood outside the gates, hands shoved under his arms to protect them from the chill. He hesitated before stepping forwards, keenly aware that he could still turn around and go back to the academy. Certainly his family would fetch him, one way or another, but it would stall the reunion for at least another day. But then he thought of his father the last time they had seen each other. It had been in the courtyard, the very one before which he now stood, and without saying farewell, his father had hidden within a carriage, concealing his face in the curtains, too ashamed to so much as glance at his only living son. Eben's heart burned. He was not the coward. That epithet belonged to his father. He stepped forward. Belonged to his father. He stepped forwards and pounded on the iron gate. A hatch slid open, and a yeoman peered out.
"Master Eben,"
grunted the man.
"you are expected. A moment, my lord."
The hatch screeched shut, and then the gate groaned as men dragged it open. A slight wind wafted out from the courtyard through the gap, making Eben blink. When the gate was open, he saw the courtyard was filled with wagons. Trade goods to be sold upon the seat, Eben guessed. Spices, most likely. He trudged through the snow, for here there were no shovels or plows, and through the front door. No one waited for him in the front hall, nor on the high landing that overlooked it. The staircases were empty, and no servants could be seen moving through the adjoining hallways. But Eben heard voices from the upstairs common room, and then a light laugh that sent his heart racing. That was Albie, for certain, though there was something different about her voice. Excitement seized him. About her voice. Excitement seized him and banished thoughts of his father. He leaped up the stairs 2 at a time, hand gliding on the rail as a smile forced itself across his face. Feet pounding on the stone, he ran like a child down the hallway and threw open the door. There they sat, but not for long, for as soon as they saw him, they all rose to greet him. Halab caught his eye first, her beaming smile warming him to the heart, and then his mother, who rushed forwards to embrace him. But she was overtaken as a short, plump figure threw itself past her and into Eben's arms, clutching his neck and crying delight into his ear.
"Eben, you useless, horrible, horrible!"
Albie's words vanished, replaced by sharp sniffs as she choked back tears. He held her, arms locked as though he might never release her. Though he did, when Hesta arrived and demanded a free arm to hug her with as well. Albie drew back a step, looking up at him with shining eyes. Albie drew back a step, looking up at him with shining eyes. "You have grown taller," she said. "Aye, it is you I can hardly recognize." He laughed and hugged her close again. But then a shadow darkened his mood, for a man stood up behind Halab. Eben behind Halab, 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 Halab. For a man stood up behind Halab. Eben braced himself, but then he looked again, for it was not Shay who stood there, but a man he did not know. A man of the family Drayden, certainly. He had the eyes, the stolid brow, doubtless some cousin or uncle of Eben's. But another glance around the room confirmed it. Shay was nowhere to be seen. And then, in the room's deepest corner, Eben saw Mako was here as well. The bodyguard leaned against the wall, a sarcastic smile playing across his lips as he watched Eben. Hesta must have seen the confusion in Eben's expression, for her lips tightened. For her lips tightened. You're... For her lips tightened. Your father was caught up in business the very day we left Idris to come here. He was forced to stay home. Eben looked at Albie. I thought from your letter that he would be here. His mother looked as though she thought he had gone mad, but Albie gave a sad smile of recognition. Another would have thought Eben was disappointed that Shay was missing, but Albie would know how overjoyed he was. He, too, thought to visit. Overjoyed he was. He, too, thought to visit. His decision to stay was made at the final hour. It was all quite sudden. At the final hour. It was all quite sudden, but nothing to concern ourselves with, said Halab, who had now approached to stand behind Hesta. Eben's mother and sister drew aside in deference. Well met again, my dearest nephew. My heart has been fairly sick in your absence. Eben kissed one cheek and then the other, gripping her shoulders tightly. Dearest aunt, how I have missed you. She turned and gestured to the couches surrounding the hearth, where the fire still burned. Together they crossed the room, but they halted before taking their seats, for the man still stood there, looking at Eben with something very much like a glare. Doubtless you remember your uncle, Matami, brother to your father and I. Halab inclined her head. He came in her head. He came in Shay's place. At hearing the name, Eben found that he did remember. He had met Matami once or twice, although the last time was quite some years ago. Of course, said Eben, bowing deep. Well met, bowing deep. Well met, uncle. It has been a long time. Indeed, it has. Matami gave a loud sniff and turned away, returning to his seat. Albie met Eben's gaze and playfully rolled her eyes. Eben barely managed not to laugh out loud. He took an armchair between Halab and Hesta. Albie left her chair and sat on a rug at his feet, her head leaning on his knee. So, Uncle Matami, said Eben, what business do you conduct for my father here upon the seat? Nothing you need concern yourself with, said Matami, each word terse and clipped. But when Halab gave him a sharp look, his jaw tensed, and he continued, I mean only that you are a student of the academy now, and doubtless the family's business would strike you as uncommonly dull. In fact, Eben thought he might... commonly dull. In fact, Eben thought he might be right, but he almost wanted to inquire anyway, only to prove Matami wrong, for he found himself with an immediate dislike for the man that only grew with every passing moment. But over Matami's shoulder, he saw Mako snickering while sipping his ale. Eben's mood lightened at once, and he suppressed his own smile as he gratefully took an offered goblet of wine. Evidently, Halab was still dissatisfied with Matami's answer. "No need to be so brusque, brother. Matami is here to escort the wagons in the courtyard. Doubtless you saw them when you arrived, as well as the goods inside. They are spices for the High King's palace." "Spices?" said Eben. "That many wagons full will surely fetch a fine price." "They do not mean to..." "Fine price? They do not mean to sell them," said Alby, sounding annoyed. When Eben looked down at her in surprise, she sighed and looked skywards as though searching for strength. "They bring them as a gift, something to ease negotiations for a new trade route through Wadeland. I see only wasted riches. That many wagons would fill our coffers to bursting for a decade." "And the new trade route will fill them for a century," Halab chided. "Dear me." Halab chided. "Century," Halab chided. "Dear niece, this is a lesson you must learn well. Today's wealth is well spent if it earns tomorrow's fortune." Again Alby looked at Eben and shook her head, and again he had to stifle his laugh. Halab suppressed a smile. "I see your secret scornful looks, girl. Halab suppressed a smile. "I see your secret scornful looks, girl," she said, delight dancing behind her words. "I will attribute it to youth, rather than disrespect. Rather than..." it to youth rather than disrespect. You are wise beyond your years, but life will bring you more wisdom still." "As you say, dear aunt," said Alby. "But now that Eben has arrived, may we eat..." "Dear aunt," said Alby. "But now that Eben has arrived, may we eat? I fear I will simply starve." "Of course." Halab motioned to the servant standing near the door. "We will take..." Servant standing near the door. "We will take our supper now." They rose and went to the dining table at the other end of the room. The last time Eben had eaten here, they had sat at a high table and chairs, after the fashion of the Seat and most other kingdoms. Now the dining table had been replaced with one in the Edresian design, a low table with cushions all around it upon which they could sit cross-legged. One by one they settled in. Halab gestured for Eben to sit by her right hand at the head of the table, with Hesta to her left. Albi quickly seated herself beside Eben, while the servants brought dishes and trays of food. Matami did not look pleased to be shunted down near the other end of the table, but he took his seat beside Hesta without comment. Eben's mouth watered at the smell of roasted lamb. It was placed at the table's center, and before him were set small plates of figs, light crackers, and chickpea spread mixed with many fine spices. Leah, one of the household servants, leaned over him to fill his goblet with wine. "Thank you." Eben reached over to lift the goblet and make it easier for Leah to pour, but she recoiled with a sharp hiss of breath, and wine spilled from her pitcher. Eben yanked his hand back before it got soaked, and the wine splashed on the table instead. "Leah," said Halab sharply, "what is the matter with you?" Eben looked up at her. The serving woman's face was filled with fright, far more than seemed appropriate in response to Halab's mild rebuke. "I am sorry, mistress. I will fetch him a new placemat immediately." She ran from the room and soon returned, replacing Eben's mat as quickly as she could. Hoping to dispel the awkwardness, Eben met Albi's eyes and made a face. She giggled. Soon the dinner had been served, and the servants withdrew. The servants withdrew.
God almighty.
The awkwardness, Eben met Albi's eyes and made
giggled. Soon the dinner had been served, and the servants with... Nope. All right. Try that again. Eyes and made a face. She giggled. Soon the dinner had been served, and the servants withdrew. Eben dug into his lamb, savoring the way the sweet, tender meat broke apart in his mouth.
Eyes and made a face. She giggled. Soon the dinner had been served, and the servants withdrew. Eben dug into his lamb, savoring the way the sweet, tender meat broke apart in his mouth. He was unable to help himself from letting out a small groan of delight. Albie nearly choked on her food as she giggled again. "Do they starve you at the academy, my son?" Hesta smiled from across the table. "You sound as though you have not eaten since we saw you last." Eben shook his head. "The academy takes excellent care of us, mother. Only they must serve so many, you understand, and their cooks cannot hope to match the skill of ours." "And do you find yourself missing all the trappings of home? Your family has never kept you wanting for luxury, dearest nephew." To Eben the words sounded almost like an accusation, but Halab smiled to soften them. "I have grown used to life within the academy. It is only now that I realize how different things are from the way they were in Idris." "And your studies?" said Hesta. "Are they going well?" Eben smiled, trying to make it look modest. "Well enough. I wish I were moving faster, but I did complete my first class in 2 months, when it should have taken a year." A thought came to him, sudden and perhaps mad, but he went on with it. "I could show you a..." I... him, sudden and perhaps mad, but he went on with it. I could show you a spell, if you wished. A small one only. Alby's eyes shone, and Halab gave an indulgent smile. But Mother's eyes widened, and for some reason...
Hey, thanks for the follow, Halira. Halira? Halira? Hey there, Halira. What's it like in New York City? Jesus. I apologize on behalf of myself.
She looked at Matami with what looked like a gentle smile. But Mother's eyes widened, and for some reason she looked at Matami with what looked like fear. If you wish, said Halab. Only do not put a hole in the table, please. Of course not, said Eben, shaking off his worry at Mother's expression. He picked up an empty wooden cup from the table. Focusing, he called forth his magic. The room seemed to grow brighter as his eyes glowed. Stone rippled out around his fingers, turning the wood until the spell was finished. He placed the cup, now wholly stone, back on the table with a small thunk. Alby squealed with delight, but Matami was glowering down at his food, and his cheeks grew darker by the moment. Halab's eyebrows raised. That is most impressive. I knew when I sent you there that my faith in your wits would not be misplaced. My instructors also say I am a quick student, said Alby, beaming. Since you left, Eben, I have been learning all sorts of new things, from accounting to history to everything in between. I have noted you show particular interest and skill in the courts of the 9 lands, said Halab with a gentle smile. That subject is said Halab with a gentle smile. That subject is complex and intricate and ever-shifting, yet it is one of the most valuable things any merchant could know. Eben frowned slightly. His father had never permitted him to learn much about the other kingdoms. It seemed he was fearful that Eben might seek a better life, may up some place where he might be permitted to learn his magic. Now Halab cast her bright smile to Alby before turning to place her hand upon Hesta's. Bright minds run in the family, it would seem. I can only imagine your pride. What mother could wish for more than to see her children succeed? Said Hesta. Yet it seemed to Eben that some worry still hovered about her. Matami had stopped eating entirely. It felt as though the wind had fled from Eben's sails, though he knew that was foolish. He had thought Halab and his mother would wish to speak of him, not Alby. After all, they saw her far more often. And sky above, he had performed... And far more often. And sky above, he had performed magic. Was that not more impressive than the knowledge of courtly graces? He took another sip of wine, trying to dispel such thoughts, and replaced the goblet on the low table. He was reminded of the table that had been there before, and that cast his mind back to the night he and his friends went to the eastern docks, where they saw the manor's servants stealing away on a ship like thieves, taking the furniture with them. Carefully he drummed his fingers on the wood, trying to appear nonchalant. I notice many things in the manor have been replaced. The furniture, the tapestries and rugs. Even these dishes look new. Were things lost? New. Were things... Even these dishes look new. Were things lost in the attack upon the seat? Halab's happy smile dampened, and she glanced at Hesta for a moment before sliding her eyes quickly away. Hesta looked down into her lap, suddenly fidgeting with her napkin. But Matami had looked up at last, and now he fixed with her napkin. But Matami had looked up at last, and now he fixed Eben with a withering glare, so furious that his brows glare, so furious he fixed Eben with a withering glare, so furious that his brows nearly joined to one above his eyes. I only of his eyes. I only learned of this after the assault, said Halab, but Shay decided to redecorate. He had everything removed from the manor and brought back to our estates in Idris to be replaced with new things. He said he wished to rid the manor of its western trappings and make a home in the proud tradition of Idris again. Clearly, Albi did not know the source of Halab's sudden anxiety, but she caught the room's mood. Her eyes roamed from one face to the next, but found no explanation. For his part, Eben felt a tingling on the back of his neck. A heightened sense of awareness seemed to have come over him, bringing a roiling in his gut and a lightheadedness that sharpened his thoughts. It is very fortunate, he said carefully, that my father did so just before the seat. He said carefully, that my father did so just before the seat was attacked. Imagine the damage if all our possessions had been here when Dormun sacked the island. Halab's worried frown deepened, and Eben saw that she looked at Matami for a moment before averting her eyes. Most fortunate indeed, said Halab. Matami had not taken his eyes from Eben's for so much as a moment. We should all be blessed with such fortune. He be blessed with such blessed with such.
What the hell, man?
Blessed.
Halab. Matami had not taken his eyes from
eyes from Eben's for so much as a moment. We should all be blessed with such fortune, he growled. It is a sign of some higher favor, not like the Yerans whose home was demolished in the attack. Pompous fools.
From Ebbins for so much as a moment.
We should all be blessed with such fortune.
He growled.
It is a sign of some higher favor, not like the Yerans, whose home was demolished in the attack. Pompous fools.
He drank deep of his wine.
We should all be blessed with such fortune.
He growled.
It is a
growled.
It is a sign of some higher favor, not like the Yerans, whose home was demolished in the attack. Pompous fools.
He drank deep of his wine. We are fortunate, Halab repeated. Indeed, when I heard of the attack, after I learned that you had survived Eben, for of course that was... After I learned... I heard of the attack after I learned that you had survived Eben, for of course that was my greatest worry. I grew concerned that this manor might have fallen. Only then did Shay mention what he had done. The table went quiet as she sipped gingerly at her wine. Eben glanced across the room to where Mako still leaned against the corner wall. The bodyguard fixed him with a hard stare, and there was a glint in his eye that did not come only from the fireplace. Eben wondered if Mako was thinking the same thing as him. Just then there was a soft knock at the door. "Enter," said Halab, and a courier strode in, wearing the white and gold of the High King. She dropped her missive into Halab's hand and withdrew without a word. Halab glanced at the paper before looking up and giving them all a smile. "We have been summoned to the palace," she said. "They have offered us an audience faster than I thought." She stood, and the rest of them hastened to join her. Hesta and Matami went to Halab's side, but before she left, Halab went first to Albi and then to Eben, giving each child a long embrace. "You will likely be gone before we return." Child a long embrace. "You will likely be gone before we return," she told Eben. "You must visit us again while we are still here. And if you have friends at the academy, you must bring them, for we would all like to meet them." "Farewell, my son," said Hesta. "It has gladdened my heart to see you again. And you."
Quick bathroom break. Ugh.
Mother.
Eben hugged her tight, inhaling her sweet perfume. He had not known how badly he missed it.
I will see you again soon.
They left. The moment the door shut behind They left. The moment the door shut behind them, Albie whirled to Eben and seized his hands.
Finally,
she said, laughing.
I thought they would never leave. Come now, Eben. I want to hear everything, and I want to tell you everything I have been up to as well. But first, you must put on some proper clothes.
Eben looked down at himself, feigning insult, though he could not hide his smile.
Proper clothes? What is wrong with my academy robes? Do not pretend to be simple,
she said, pushing his shoulders.
Go, fetch your... Go,
shoulders.
Go, fetch yourself something more fitting to your station, and then let us walk in the garden. It is beautiful, more so with the snow, and not so smoky as it is inside.
As you wish, my lady. Eben bowed low, which earned him another slap on the arm, and then he left to find himself some new clothes.
Oh, that is a long chapter, isn't it? Next one's pretty long, too. This book has a lot of long chapters. It was the longest Underrealm book until Stoneheart, actually, so that kind of makes sense. Hey Google, set a 20-minute timer.
20 minutes, starting now.
Chapter 13. Eben climbed to the second floor and made for his room, but when he reached the door, he paused. Its fresh-cut planks and shining varnish spoke of new carpentry. He looked across the hall. The opposite door was not so new, but it bore a small scorch mark near the stone floor. So, the attackers had gone through the Drayden Manor, and gone through attackers had gone through the Drayden Manor, and Shay's fortunate decision to empty the place of their possessions had likely saved the family much coin. The armies would have rushed through the rooms and found nothing to steal. Much coin. The armies would have rushed through the rooms and found nothing to steal. Likely they had destroyed the door to Eben's room out of spite or mayhap frustration. Then he opened the door and found that it did not lead to his room at all. Instead, he found a sitting room. There was a bookshelf at one end, some tapestries on the other walls, and a single armchair beside the fireplace. His bed was gone, as were his bureaus and chests. The one mark he had left upon this house, scrubbed away like a recalcitrant stain. Eben swallowed past a suddenly dry throat and stepped back, closing the door softly. Quick footsteps down the hallway drew his attention. It was Leah, the servant who had spilled his wine at dinner. She looked up and saw him just as he saw her. Her steps faltered. "Leah," he said, forcing his voice to be calm, "do I still have any clothes here? Have they been put somewhere else?" She looked back over her shoulder, shifting on her feet as though she might run. But then he saw her take a deep breath, composing herself by the time it escaped her lips. "Yes, my lord," she said timidly. "This way, please." He followed her down the hall and around the corner. There was another wooden door, just like the one that had once led to his room. She opened it to reveal a storeroom. Once led to his room. She opened it to reveal a storeroom. Crates and barrels lined the walls, stacked in neat and orderly rows. Atop one stack was a chest with a lock, but he could see from the way the lid was ajar that it had not been secured. "If my lord will help?" Leah took one end of the chest, and Eben hastened to take the other, and together they brought it down to the floor. Eben swung it open to find a familiar sight, the fine golden silks he had grown up wearing. "Just what I wanted. Thank you, Leah." "Of course, my lord." But Leah would not meet his eyes, and it seemed she wanted to leave the room but was unsure how he might react. "Leah," he said, frowning, "what is it?" Frowning, "What is it?" Her eyes widened, and she clutched at her dress with her hands. "Nothing, my lord." "You are afraid? Of what, I do not know, but of something, certainly." She shook her head quickly, too quickly to make her words. Too quickly to make... She shook her head quickly, too quickly to make her words. She shook her head quickly, too quickly to make her words ring true. "I am not, my lord. I swear it." Eben found himself growing exasperated. "Tell me the truth, at once. I may not rule this household, but I am nephew to the one who does. Out with it, or Halab will know the reason you withheld yourself." Her olive skin went pale.
No, my lord, please, please, not that. It is only that we are all grateful to see you alive, young master. And you must understand, we were ordered to leave the seat. We never meant to leave you behind.
Eben balked. The thought was so strange that for a moment he could not react. When he did, it was to laugh.
Leah, of course I know that. I never thought you meant to abandon me.
He stepped forwards, reaching out a comforting hand for her arm. That was a mistake. She shrieked and drew back. She hesitated, but then fear got the better part of decorum, and she fled through the door back into the hallway. Staring at his hand, Eben felt realization crash upon him like a wave from the great bay. His magic. She feared his magic, as though with a simple touch he might strike her dead. The thought was so simple-minded and foolish that he wanted to laugh, but the fear in her eyes had been real enough. Was that what the servants of the Drayden household thought? That he had become some dark wizard of evil and would return to them like some lesser wizard king? A tyrant whose commands were to be obeyed without question?
Why should they think otherwise? You are your father's son, after all.
He forced such dark thoughts away. Darkness take her. He was scarcely even a member of this house any longer, and its servants could think of him whatever they wished. The golden silks felt glorious, and Eben worried that he might smudge them with his ink-stained fingers. But he had no time to bathe, so he closed the door and changed anyway. When he was done, he looked down on himself in wonder. Once, garments such as these had been part and parcel of his everyday existence. Now they seemed like the height of unnecessary opulence. His academy robes were of cloth so rough it was almost burlap. But rather than feeling more comfortable, this outfit was almost burlap, but rather than feeling more comfortable, this outfit felt too smooth, like a slithering serpent sliding along all his skin. He shook off the sensation and made his way downstairs. The back door stood open, letting the cold air flood through the bottom floor. Eben closed it behind himself as he stepped into the gardens. There was Albi, waiting for him with her coat pulled tight about her and a fur hood covering her head. But there, too, was Mako, standing aloof a pace or two from the girl. But there, too, was Mako, standing aloof a pace or two from the girl, arms folded and bright teeth bared in a grin. Albi turned.
Eben,
she said, relief plain in her tone.
how wonderful you look. Much better than those drab black rags. Come.
She took his arm and very nearly dragged him away through the gardens. Eben got only a glance behind them at Mako. The bodyguard's grin widened, and he gave Eben a mocking wave with 2 fingers before retreating into the manor.
Thank goodness,
said Albi in a hushed tone.
That man has always terrified me.
In a hushed tone.
That man...
said Albi in a hushed tone.
That man has always terrified me.
Mako? Said Eben, raising his eyebrows.
He used to make me uneasy.
Raising his eyebrows.
He used to make me uneasy, I will admit.
But terrifying? I think you exaggerate. He felt her shudder where their elbows were locked.
I mean it. He seems to view everyone as a meal about to be devoured. If I could do any more to avoid him without being rude, I would.
Eben thought of the room upstairs, the terror in Leah's eyes when she looked at him. His mouth twisted.
Mayhap you do not give him enough credit.
She snorted, but said nothing more. Eben turned his gaze away from her out to the garden. The manor had been built upon a sizable plot of land, as far as property went upon the seat, though compared to the academy it seemed a cramped patch of dirt. Many of the plants were dead to winter's cold, but plenty of evergreen trees had been put about, and their verdant branches showed stark against their light dusting of snow. The plants were strange to him, and familiarity had not lessened their oddity. What scrubs grew in Idris were thin, small, and hardy. They bore the night's cold as well as the day's heat, but that was because they were small and self-contained. These pines and the live oak at the garden center were like grand old men who refused to cow before winter's stormy assault, and Eben felt like a child in their shadow. Alby gripped his arm tighter.
I have missed you so much, dear brother.
Then she drew back her other hand and struck him in the chest as hard as she could.
Ow!
He cried, rubbing at the spot. You have a strange way of showing it.
How could you fail to write me?
She said, pouting.
I did not receive so much as a hasty scribble until the seat was attacked, and we all feared you might be dead.
I doubt you all feared it, said Eben, thinking of his father. But her scowl deepened, and he spoke hastily to avoid another smack.
I am sorry. Of course I should have written you. But even before the island was attacked, my days were much occupied with fear and danger.
That earned him a snort.
You make it sound quite dramatic.
In truth, it was, said Eben. Indeed, I almost died more than once. Indeed. Said Eben. Indeed, said Eben. Indeed, I almost died more than once. He spoke in earnest, but Alby only laughed.
Oh, Eben, do not think to wheedle out of this with outlandish tales. Only promise to write me more often in the future, and we may leave it at that.
A part of him was irked, for he had thought he might confide in her, at least, the way he did with Caleb and Theron. But then again, there were things that had happened in the months before the attack that he wished to tell no other. So he simply said, I promise.
Good. Now, tell me of your magic. After so long, I can only imagine how pleased you must be to put it to use. I thought I would simply die of delight to see you cast a spell.
He smiled.
It is a greater pleasure than I can say.
Smiled.
It is a greater pleasure than I can say. I am only a simple beginner yet, but still, the power. Sometimes I cannot believe it. Show me again,
she said, eyes dancing. Eben looked about them on the ground and found a small branch, about as long and thick as his index finger. He stooped to retrieve it and then concentrated. His eyes brightened, and stone rippled along the branch until it was all gray. Releasing the hold on his magic, Eben placed the branch in her trembling hand. Alby did not speak for a long moment. Her mouth parted in a silent circle. Then she gripped the branch in both hands and tried to break it. She strained, but nothing happened.
It is stone through,
she whispered, as though someone might be lurking around the corner to eavesdrop.
Did you turn it all?
Little overzealous on some of these edits.
To eavesdrop.
Did you turn it all the way? And the cup?
Every part of them both.
The cup? Cup? All the way? And the cup?
Every part of them both, said Eben, not modest enough to hide his smile. Alby clapped her hands once and laughed. She tucked the branch into a pocket in her cloak.
I will hold this all.
hands and tried to break it. She strained, but she tucked the branch into a pocket in her cloak.
I will hold this always as a keepsake. And to think you learned this after only a few short months. As I said before, I have proven to be a quick study as well, and in more things than book learning.
Her eyes danced, and she leaned in closer to speak in a false whisper.
I have had a romance, you know.
Eben nearly froze, a flush creeping up from his collar and into his cheeks.
You what? Oh, yes, a very passionate one,
she said, giggling as her blush matched his own.
Such a charming, handsome boy. We stole many kisses here and there, in dark corners while I was visiting his family with Mother. But sadly, he was royalty. After a time, I felt I had to ignore him and rebuff further advances, because after all, his family would never allow us to be wed. Still, if I seem a bit womanlier to you, that is no doubt why.
She gave a self-satisfied little smile and smoothed the front of her dress, though Eben saw no wrinkles. Womanlier, he thought. True, Albie had grown what seemed an incredible amount for the few short months since they had seen each other, and she carried herself with a more mature air than before, but Eben thought of his own dalliances with Adara, and the crimson deepened in his cheeks.
Why, Eben,
she laughed. And deepened in his cheeks.
Why, Eben,
she laughed, mistaking his look.
I do believe I have embarrassed you.
Should he tell her? Of course not. Albie might keep some of his secrets, but only when she thought they were important. She would see nothing wrong in his visits to Adara, and so she might make mention of them to someone who would relay them to Shay. That could be a disaster. He forced a tight smile and said,
I did not know you had such a rebellious streak within you, dear sister.
Another flashing smile answered him.
I know. I feel so scandalous. And we had to keep ourselves so carefully hidden, for it was the first time I was permitted to join Mother and Father on a caravan excursion. First we traveled north to the capital, and then west to explore the new route we wished to...
On she went.
Hey, it's a dread!
On she went, telling him about the trip, her first with their parents where she actually had a role to play. The story was all too familiar, for he had gone on a few such excursions himself. Now that he was no longer there to attend them and learn the family's trade, he supposed it was only natural that they would bring Albie along in his stead. With a shock, he realized that life was slipping away from him, and he was slipping that life was slipping away from him, and he did not want it to. Mayhap he had never wanted to follow in his father's footsteps, transporting spices across Underrealm to fill the family's coffers. But long years had let him grow somewhat used to the idea, and now he realized it might never be. What would he do when he graduated from the academy? He had asked Theron that question often enough, for she was on the cusp of having to make that decision. But he had...
Hey Google, stop. Alright, I've been going for 2 hours, so I'm going to give myself a little breaky break. Opa. Ugh. All right. Yeah, I'm going to take a break, walk around. That was my Google, my Google Home. Okay. Back in a few. Hey, there was a host while I was gone. Look at that. Thanks, Dread. Appreciate that. All right. So what's our goal for today? Four more. Okay, so that is no. Hey Google, set a timer for 100 minutes.
1 hour and 40 minutes.
Vision.
Starting now.
Vision. But he had rarely thought of the answer for himself. Vision. But he had rarely thought of the answer for himself. And as his thoughts ran further, he realized suddenly that the answer did not concern Albie at all. She did not care if he finished his training and returned to the family's business, or went off into some other kingdom entirely, so long as he wrote her, most likely, and visited on occasion. He could hear it in the way she spoke of her exploits with the caravan, and as he thought back, in the way she had turned every conversation away from him and to herself instead. Had she always been so vain? And a far more perplexing thought, had Eben been the same when he was in her position? He thought of Leah's face in the storeroom earlier, and how it had filled him with annoyance rather than compassion. His mood darkened further. And do not hate me for saying so, but Father's mood has been much gentler since you entered the academy, and I think especially so since now I will be the head of the family. Albie's words snapped his attention back to the present. He stared at her for a moment, letting the words play back and He stared at her for a moment, letting the words play back in his mind so that he could understand them. And yet still they held no meaning. Albie seemed to recognize that she had said too much, for she looked at him wide-eyed, and her mouth worked as she fought for some explanation. What do you mean? But he knew the answer even as he asked. I mean only... Eben, please do not be angry with me. The pain in her eyes, the sorrow for him, sealed the knowledge in his mind. Shay did not only mean to remove Eben from the family's business dealings, mean to remove Eben from the family's.
There you are.
To remove Eben from the family's business dealings. Eben's inheritance, his role as the future head of the family, was now forgotten, like a nightmare fading in daylight. Had Father made the decision the moment Eben joined the academy, out of spite for losing his son to the fate he had always hated? Or had he concocted the plan for other reasons? Had he removed Eben from his inheritance in the same breath he had ordered the Drayden's possessions removed from their manor upon the seat? Did Shay remain home in Idris because business held him? Or mayhap because he held him? Or mayhap because he was ashamed to face the son he had left on the seat to die? From nowhere, a laugh bubbled up in Eben's breast. It erupted before he could stop it, and he was glad to learn that it was hardy and cynical rather than desperate.
Eben,
said Albie, still looking at him fearfully.
what is it?
Nothing, said Eben, for truly that was what he faced. His father's motivations did not matter, because Eben never needed to deal with him again. He was cast out from the family, from its from the family, the family, the family, the family, the family.
Ooh, ugly.
Out from the family. Out from the family, from its business, and from his role as its future patriarch. Halab would patriarch. Halab would always give him her favor, and that was more than enough. How often had he wished, as a boy, that he did not bear the name Drayden? In effect, that was what he faced now.
Nothing.
He said again.
It is only that I made a wish when first I came to the seat, and that wish has come true. Mayhap I should have been more careful in come true. Mayhap I should have been more careful in making it. But then again, mayhap this is all for the best.
She still looked at him askance, clearly unsure, and likely now worried that his thoughts were addled. He gave her the most reassuring smile he could muster, and once more took her arm.
Come,
he said, pulling her along.
tell me.
Her along.
Tell
pulling her along.
Tell me more of your trip. I want to hear everything.
Chapter 14. They walked in the garden and spoke until Alby said she was too cold, and then they sat together and spoke near a hearth inside the manor. And as before, Alby spoke mostly of herself, and all that she had done since last she saw Eben, and some things she had done before, and whenever Eben spoke of himself, she barely nodded before relating it to another of her stories. Soon he stopped trying, and simply listened. Despite the dark cloud that had been cast over his thoughts, it was good to hear what Alby had been up to in his absence. At last Alby yawned and said she might nap, for they had traveled long to get here and had only arrived the night before. The afternoon was now winding.
Nope.
The afternoon. The afternoon was now winding on, and the faint glow of the sun through the clouds was edging towards the western horizon. They stood together, and Eben gave her one last hug. "I cannot tell you how glad my heart has been to see you again, dearest Alby." "And you, Eben." She gave him a gentle slap on the arm, not nearly so hard as before. "But if you ever forget to write me again, I will return to the seat with an army of sellswords." "I will remember." She made for her bedchamber, and Eben for the storeroom where his academy robes waited. He found them neatly folded and stacked. Mayhap Leah had done it, in some sort of apology for her earlier conduct, or mayhap it had been another passing servant. It did not much matter, he supposed. His academy robes felt much more comfortable, and he sighed with relief once changed. He had no wish to stay for another encounter with the servants, so he went downstairs and to the front door. But there he found Mako waiting, leaning on the wall and picking at his nails with his long silver... leaning on the wall and picking at his nails with his long... picking at his nails with his long silver knife. "Greetings, young lord," said Mako with a curious amount of courtesy. "Might I walk you back to the academy, or at least for part of the way?" "Certainly," said Eben, and gestured for Mako to join him. He said it lightly enough, but in truth his mind was already racing. Mako never spoke privately for idle purpose. The streets were soft and muted about them, and there were no passers-by. But still Mako waited until they were a long way removed from the Drayden Manor before he spoke his mind. He looked both ways cautiously and stepped closer so that Eben could hear his growling murmur. "Did you notice that your uncle did not seem pleased to see you?" "I did. But if he is my father's brother, I count it as no great surprise. Yet his scorn for you was not the only strange thing. Did you note his response when you asked questions about the manor being redecorated?" "I did, and I thought it odd," said Eben carefully. "It does not seem my uncle has any great affection for me. What did you make of his mood?" Mako did not answer directly, but chuckled and said, "His ire should strike you as nothing new when your father has hated you all your life." Despite himself, Eben felt his ears burning. His jaw spasmed, but he forced life. Despite himself, Eben... himself, Eben felt his ears burning. His jaw spasmed, but he forced himself to speak anyway.
Do you bring up his odd behavior for a reason or not? You already told me that our family had nothing to do with the attack upon the seat.
Mako seized Eben's throat in an iron grip and dragged him from the street into an alleyway. There he shoved him against the stone wall of a building, bringing his own face to within a finger's width of Eben's. His breath smelled of something rancid, though it was hidden by mint.
Still your witless tongue in the streets, you gold-shitting little fool.
Eben glared over Mako's hand, but he knew the bodyguard was right and that he had been foolhardy to speak so openly. Anger had provoked him, and now it made him drag Mako's hand away so that he could whisper,
"Mayhap if you ceased playing games and said what you meant to say in the first place, I would not be so tempted to speak out of turn."
Mako did not glare at him, but neither did he wear his usual self-effacing smirk. His eyes were pits of ice, and that ice penetrated Eben's soul, such that fear seeped in at the frayed edges of his anger. Though he could not see it, he was well aware of Mako's hand hovering at the hilt of his long, cruel dagger. The white of his scars fairly glowed against his dark olive skin. But when Mako spoke, it bore none of the frigid tone that his look promised.
"I did not tell you the family was blameless in the attack on the seat. I told you I did not learn of the attack. I told you..." "Seat. I told you..." "I told you..." "I told..." "Seat. I told you I did not learn of the attack from a Drayden." His hand left Eben's throat, and Eben slumped back against the wall. Though he hated to look weak, he reached up and rubbed his neck ruefully. Eben slumped back against the wall. Though he hated to look weak, he reached up and rubbed his neck ruefully, for he thought a bruise might form. "I do not understand the difference you mean to imply."
"Mayhap Matami indeed had something to do with the attack, and your father as well. Mayhap they kept the truth from me. I assumed they would not. After all, they could hardly ask for a better agent to help with such a plan. But then, long has your father been uncomfortable with the favor I have shown you, and that favor comes because Halab does the same, which he also resents." Eben released a sigh, and it crystallized to mist in the frigid air.
"You mean they may not have told you because they feared you would warn me?"
Mako nodded. "Just as I did." Mako nodded. "Just as I did the moment I learned." A long silence followed. Eben stared at his shoes and tried. A long silence followed. Eben stared at his shoes and tried to wrestle the feelings battling in his breast. This day was one for hard truths, and each had struck him like a blow. First, that his father would not even come and see him on the seat, so ashamed was he of Eben's enrollment in the academy. Second, that he had been robbed of his inheritance, which would now pass to Albi. And finally, now, the possibility that his death had been planned by his father all along, mere collateral damage in the wake of some grand scheme that spanned all of Underrealm. But one thing troubled him. Shay was not the master of the family Drayden.
"Halab directs our family,
Not my father. She would never have had anything to do with the vile treason of Dolmun." "Certainly not," said Mako. "That is plain, if for no other reason than that you were left here on the seat. Halab has always loved you better than Shay has. And because it would be the very highest of crimes against the High King." Mako raised one eyebrow and shrugged. "As you say. But if what we have begun to guess at is correct, I believe we are looking at a plot by Shay, and possibly Matami, operating without the knowledge of Halab. Eben quailed at the thought of him and his friends slipping through the academy grounds at night, and what they had planned for this Sunday.
So Lilith is innocent?
Impossible. Mako shook his head and turned to pace back and forth. But he stopped himself almost immediately and went to the mouth of the alley to lean against the brick wall opposite Eben. Yes, impossible. Or so I think. Shay and Matami could never concoct such a scheme on their own. They would need help within the academy. They might have thought to use Cyrus, but he was always an untrustworthy sort. That made Eben's heart skip a beat. He licked his lips.
Was? You speak as though you are certain he is dead.
Slowly, Mako's eyes turned to him, and once more they were pits of ice. Of ice. Are you not certain yourself? Eben was glad he had put his hands in his pockets, for they were shaking like an old man's.
He might have fled the seat. That is what some say.
Some say foolish things. Mako spat, the saliva sinking into a wet hole in the snow. In any case, Shay... hole in the snow. In any case, Shay and Matami would not have brought him into their conspiracy, for he would certainly have told Halab. They must have seduced Lilith instead. Or mayhap they are working with higher contacts in Yeren, and Lilith is in the employ of those contacts. He pushed off from the brick wall. Again he paced, now holding a clenched fist to his chin, tugging on it as though he pulled an invisible beard. Yes, that would make sense. They think to make a play for greater power. By this temporary alliance with Yeren, they think to increase their own standing. Eben was still shaking from the dark truths Mako had hinted at before. Could the bodyguard possibly know what had transpired between Eben and Cyrus when the seat was attacked? It seemed impossible. But in any case, the best thing was to draw the man's mind elsewhere. Why? For what ultimate end? We have never had love for Yeren. Mako met his gaze. To take Halab's place at the head of the Drayden family. In exchange for Yeren's help to get there, Shay and Matami will promise more favorable relations with Yeren once in power. But Eben shook his head, unwilling to believe it. But what would happen to Halab? The bodyguard's nose flared slightly. No. Flared slightly. Flared slightly. Nothing that I would allow, I promise you that. Still, Eben did not want to think it could be true. But this would not help the family. Think it could be true. But this would not help the family. Already we are stronger than Yeren. It would weaken us and strengthen them. Yes, it would weaken Drayden, but it would strengthen Shay and Matami in the process, said Mako. They would sacrifice the families in the process, said Mako. They would sacrifice the family's power to enhance their own. It is the opposite of what Halab would do, and that is why they think she must be removed. His voice rang with finality. Eben squared his with finality. Eben finality. Eben squared his shoulders. You are certain of this, then? Rarely am I this, then. Rarely am I certain of anything. You are certain of this, then? Rarely am I certain of anything, nor should you be. Yet it seems the likeliest thing. We must catch them. I shall work on that. You must focus on Lilith. Mako put a firm hand on Eben's shoulder. Catch her in the act, Eben. Have her dragged before the king's justice and put to the question. She will expose those in her family giving the orders. They, in turn, will expose Shay and Matami, if indeed they are involved in this plot. Then I will expose her, said Eben. Good. And just like that, as though he were done casting a spell, the ice faded from Mako's face, and his sardonic smile flew in to replace it. I think you and I shall form a fine team, little gold-shitter. Eben smiled grimly. I think I prefer Goldbag. I knew you would say so. Until we meet again, then. Good fortune this Sunday. He stepped around the alley's corner. Good fortune this Sunday. fortune. Good fortune this Sunday. He stepped around the alley's corner, and when Eben stepped around to follow him, Mako was gone. But then Eben heard a scrape from up above, and he looked up in time to see a leather boot vanish over the edge of the tile roof. At last I have caught him in the act, he thought. Not a spell after all. It was only then that he realized Mako had wished him good fortune on Sunday, though he had never mentioned the plan to break into the vaults. Eben's gaze jerked back towards the sky, where the bodyguard's boot had vanished.
Dun dun dun. Boo boo boo. Love is only a feeling. You got me believing. Bum, 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 bum. Love is only a feeling. Anyway. Chapter 13 is near being completed. Well, at the current pace, it looks like we're going to go over our time estimate by about an hour and a half. That's not too bad, I suppose. Only a feeling. Love is only a feeling. Anyway. Nope. Actually, you know what? Nope.
Chapter 15. Eben returned to the academy just before the end of the afternoon study. Quickly he made his way to the third-floor alcove, where Caleb and Theron listened with rapt attention to his account of the afternoon's doings, including his conversation with Mako.
You told him about our plan?
Said Caleb, voice edging towards panic.
I did not,
said Eben. Edging towards panic.
I did not,
said Eben.
He has ways of learning such things. I long ago gave up trying to understand it. I think you should try again,
Caleb shrilled. He must have realized how loud he sounded, for he looked anxiously over his shoulder before going on.
One whisper of our plot.
Before going on.
One whisper of our plot in the wrong ear, and we could all be thrown out of the academy for good. He means us no ill will,
said Eben.
Not that you know of. I know it.
Theron slapped her hand against the table.
Enough of this. There is nothing we can do about it now. But I have had an idea. One I think may be more important, and a relief to you besides, Eben.
He frowned.
What do you mean? You think Shay and Matami may have had something to do with Lilith's scheming, because they stand before your naked eyes,
she said, speaking quickly in her excitement.
Yet I have another idea.
Quickly in her excitement.
Yet I have another idea. One that would make more sense if you would rather not believe your own father has turned Kinslayer. What if the Kinslayer turned Kinslayer?
Gotta use the restroom real quick.
has turned Kingslayer. What if the Drayden helping Lilith has been someone else entirely?
Eben and Calum exchanged an uncertain glance.
Well, spit it out, said Eben, though I do not see how... said Eben, though I do not see how you could know my family better than Mako and I.
Her grin widened.
You do not see it, do you? And that is why it is the perfect deception. It is not your father or your uncle. It is Cyrus. It is not your... It is not your father or your uncle. It is Cyrus.
Calum's eyes widened in recognition, but Eben felt a void open in the pit of his stomach, a void that sucked in his fears and anxieties and anger and spit them back up as raw, red shame burning its way to his heart. What could he say? How could he refute her idea, which he knew for a fact to be wrong, without confessing his crime? Eben had had his doubts when Adara insisted that he must keep Cyrus's death a secret, but whether or not he could have told them before, he certainly could not do so now.
I find that hard to believe.
That is what makes it so perfect, said Theron, smiling in triumph. We know he hated you, and we know that, at the end, he blamed your family for cutting him out of their plots and schemes. He fled the academy in terror, and he knew that if he returned, he would be tried and found guilty under the king's law, then to die a slow death under the knives of mystics. So, instead, he thinks to amass power for himself by collecting artifacts from the vaults of the academy. He knows them better than any, and he might have enlisted the help of the family Yeren, for certainly he would not have gone to his kin, who he thinks betrayed him.
This does make sense, Eben, said Calum. I might never have...
Calum. Said Calum.
I might never have thought of it, but Theron is right. That is what makes it such a devious scheme.
He was scum, Eben. Theron's cheeks spasmed as she bit them, her lip curling in a snarl. You know that better than most. At last Eben saw why Theron had seized upon this idea, and why she believed it so strongly. Cyrus had attacked Eben upon the Academy's grounds, and she had watched, afraid to intervene. Still she blamed herself for the beating Eben had taken, and now she thought she saw a chance, however small, at redemption.
Tell me,
she said.
I have given you several reasons it could be true.
Tell me, she said.
I have given...
Tell me, she said.
I have given you several reasons it could be true. Tell me one piece of proof against it.
Eben raised his hands, gesturing helplessly as he said the only thing he could.
I cannot. But even if it is true, still we must catch Lilith.
Shit. That's it, right?
Lilith. You are right, said Theron, her savage grin widening. Sunday night. Savage grin widening. Sunday night? And widening. Sunday night cannot come fast enough. The next few days passed far too slowly, like leaves clinging stubborn to a tree, and with Eben wishing all the while for Sunday night to be over and done with. Certainly sneaking into the vaults would terrify him, but it could not be worse than the waiting. Sunday after dinner, Eben met Caleb in the halls near the library. They stood awkwardly with their arms folded, leaning against walls. Stood awkwardly with their arms folded, with their awkwardly with their stood awkwardly with their awkwardly with stood awkwardly with their arms folded, leaning against walls and trying not to look suspicious. Finally, Caleb threw his hands up in the air. "Where is she? I am beginning to have doubts about this whole thing." "Only now?" said Eben. "I thought you doubted it from the first." Caleb only glowered, and when he spoke it was not to answer. "What if we cannot escape as she planned? She says enchantments keep us from tunneling in, not out. How would she know? She is no transmuter." "You mean alchemist?" "I mean Caleb stopped short, his eyes narrowing. Just then they heard the rumbling of iron wheels, and soon Theron appeared from around the corner, pushing a mammoth wooden cart that looked like it might...
Ah, we're about to meet Deckard Cain.
the corner, pushing a mammoth wooden cart that looked like it might fall over. It was swathed with many blankets. "There you two are," she said. "Well, here it is, our manner of entering the vaults." "Would you like to say it louder?" said Caleb, looking about nervously. "Oh, calm yourself, and climb aboard." Peeling back a few of the blankets, Theron revealed a lower shelf of the cart, built just above the wheels so that, with the blankets laid down, no one could tell it was there at all. "You mean to sneak us in on this thing?" said Eben. "I feel as though I have taken splinters just from looking at it." Just from looking, from look, from look, from look, from look. Just from looking at it. "I am sorry. Did you expect a cushion?" said Theron. "Sit, little gold bag, and be grateful." Eben was not grateful, but he sat, and Caleb climbed in beside him. Caleb climbed in beside him. Theron threw the blanket back down so that they were hidden. Eben and Caleb looked at each other nervously as the cart began to roll on. They stopped after a few moments, and there came the creaking of a large door. There were two, Theron had told them, before they reached the administration room. Within it was a closet in which this cart and many others were kept, where she would stow them until she was ready to move on. At the creak of the second door, Eben held his breath. Now they were no longer alone. "Good eve, Egil," said Theron brightly. "Hello, my friend," came an ancient and creaking voice. "Stay a while and listen. I have found an account of something most interesting." "I am afraid—"
That is still my favorite Easter egg in this book.
"I am afraid I cannot."
It might be my favorite Easter egg in Underrealm.
"I am afraid I cannot," said Theron. "I have yet to complete my entries for the day. Another time, mayhap." "Ah, very well, then. Another time." There came the sound of another, much smaller door, and the cart rolled forwards again. The second door shut, and they found themselves in utter darkness. "This must be the closet," whispered Caleb. "I think so." Eben risked peeling back one of the blankets and peeking out. Slowly his eyes adjusted to the scant light from under the door. They were indeed in a closet, filled with more carts like the one upon which they sat. He slid out and onto the floor, as silent as a mouse, and Caleb quickly followed. Together they stole over to the door, where candlelight illuminated them from below and cast Caleb's eyes in shadow. There was nothing to hear. There was nothing to hear other than the thin scribbling of quills on parchment from Theron and Egil's persistent cough. But on parchment from Theron and Egil's persistent cough. But Eben knew there was another person in the room, a palace guard standing at the vault's main door. He wondered suddenly if they should stay in the cart. What if the guard thought to investigate the closet? He was just about to reach for Caleb's shoulder and say as much, but then in the room beyond, Egil dissolved into a fit of hacking coughs. They went on and on until Eben could fairly hear the phlegm splashing out of the old man and onto the table. He cringed. "Egil, are you all right?" He cringed. "Egil, are you all right?" Eben heard swift footsteps as Theron went to his side. "Quick, run and get him some water." "You get it," came the voice of the guard. "I cannot. I am in the middle of my forms, and if I stop now I shall have to start over. Run to the kitchens. It will not take you a moment." There was silence as the guard hesitated, but then they heard hasty footsteps as she left, and then a few sharp slaps as Theron pounded Egil on the back. Soon the coughing died away, and with effort he spoke in a rasp. "I am all right." In a rasp. "I am all right. I am all right. Thank you, Theron. Drat these fits. They are coming more and more often. Not long now." "Do not be so morbid, old man." He chuckled. "You are a good child, Theron. Thank you. You should get back to your forms." "They can wait a moment. And besides, you should be getting to bed. It is late after all." "Late after..." "Getting to bed. It is late after all." "Mayhap you are right. But I have not finished this page." "The page can wait. You need your rest. Come on, off you go." Another croaking chuckle. "Very well."
"Hello, my friend."
Chuckle. "Very well. You will make a fine mother one day, if you wish it. Or you can simply continue to baby me.
As long as you will let me. Good night.
Good night. Slow shuffling.
Slow.
Slow. Slow, shuffling footsteps receded. Then Theron ran to the closet and threw it open.
We must hurry. That took far longer than I thought, and we have little time.
Eben and Caleb leaped up and followed her to a wide iron door on their left. Theron threw the latch and flung it open, ushering them left. Theron threw the latch and flung it open, ushering them inside before closing it once more. Immediately she set off at a run down the hall, torches flickering to either side at the wind of her passing. They had no time to gather their bearings, but as they ran, Eben noted their surroundings.
Oh my god.
As they ran, Eben noted their surroundings. Thick wooden doors in rows to either side, each set in a stone arch with a pointed peak. Pointed peak. Torch. Torches. Torches lit the place well, but left every corner flickering in shadow. The ceiling was oppressively low compared to the Academy's usual spaciousness, and he found himself ducking with every other step. And something else was odd.
Hey Google, how much time is left on the timer?
You've got 42 minutes and 30 seconds left.
Hey Google, cancel the timer.
Alright, I canceled it.
Was odd. His skin had begun to crawl from the moment he set foot in the vaults, hair rising on the back of his neck as though some danger pursued him.
This place gives me an ill feeling,
he said as they ran.
It is the
It is the enchantments, said Theron. They are work. It is the enchantments, said Theron. They are worked into every door. Said Theron. They are worked into every door, but only wizards can sense them. They are the wizards can sense them. They are the artifact's greatest protection. Not very good protection if we strode in so boldly, Caleb pointed out. They are for the rooms, not the halls themselves, said Theron. The room. Said Theron. The rooms are where the darkest secrets are kept. They turned a corner and then another. The itching under Eben's skin increased until he wished to stop and claw at himself. Then Theron skidded to a stop, so quickly that Caleb and Eben slammed into her from behind. There before them was a door, or rather, a frame, for the door was gone.
Here it is, said Theron. This is the room from which the artifact was taken. said Theron. "This is the room from which the artifact was taken."
"Well, then search for Lilith's spell site," said Calum.
"I will," said Theron, glaring at him. "You go to the corner." Staring at him. "You go to the corner and keep a lookout." Calum ran off, grumbling. Eben lingered as Theron fell to one knee and ran her hands along the edges of the doorframe, eyes glowing. Curious, he leaned over to look past her and into the room. It was a plain space, no more than 4 paces to a side, made of the same black granite as the rest of the academy. But the floor was polished white marble, and in the center of the room sat a table of silver that stood on a single leg. The table lay bare. Looking still closer, he could see all sorts of designs traced into it. They looked familiar, but he could not place them, until he remembered the same sort of designs worked into the academy's front door. Theron looked up for a moment, following his gaze. "They are sigils of his gaze. His gaze. "They are sigils of enchantment," she said. She turned back to the door, but kept speaking. The soft glow of her eyes lit the iron framing under her fingers. "Meant to protect Kakit's amulet from thieves."
Bodega Zilla. Good morning, sir.
Under her fingers. "Meant to protect Kakit's amulet from thieves, but in some cases they protect anyone present from the power of the artifact." "I should like to learn enchantments, if I can," said Eben. "I wish you good fortune," said Theron. "There are few who..." "You good fortune," said Theron. "There are few who teach it, fewer still among alchemists." Then her hands fell, and the glow faded from her eyes as she hung her head. "Damn it. Darkness, damn it all." "What?" said Eben, stepping forwards quickly. "Is it her?"
One of those days? Oh no, I'm sorry to hear it. What's happening?
Stepping forwards quickly. "Is it her?" "No. I was certain it would be, but it is not." Theron looked up in regret. "I am sorry." Eben muttered a curse. "And you do not..."
A lot of little things. Yeah. Sometimes it's the stacking up of all the little things that's way worse than just one big thing. Because you can handle one big thing, right? You're like, okay, I just need to focus on this thing. But if you try to focus on all the little things...
A curse. "And you do not recognize it as anyone else?" "No one that I know of. It is partially obscure, though done in haste. I only know that it is not Lilith, and that I know for certain." Just then, Calum came running down the hall towards them. "Someone is coming!"
Oh man, that blows, dude.
Towards them. "Someone is coming! We must flee!" "Who is it?" said Eben. Theron gripped them both by the arm. "Never mind that. Run!" She took her own advice, and they were quick to follow. Turn after turn she led them down, until Eben was lost. Every hallway looked the same. Once he was sure they passed the same open door where they had started, but that was impossible. At last they found a place with a sort of alcove in which rested a small iron bench. "Here," she said, "under the bench. It is the most likely place..." She said, "Under the..." "Here," she said, "under the bench. It is the most likely place to be overlooked.
and they will no doubt have lost us by now. Caleb fell to his knees, and the hallway flashed white with the glow of his eyes. Stone melted away beneath his fingertips. Eben knelt beside him and did his best to help. Who was it?
I understand completely.
Him and did his best to help. Who was it? He said through panting breaths. I could. Breaths. I could not see, said Caleb. As soon as I heard their footsteps, I ran as quickly as I could. Snap! The air crackled with power. The stone, which only a moment before had been flowing like water, snapped back into place. In an instant, the wall was just as it had always been. Eben and Caleb looked at each other in confusion, but then Eben felt Theron's hand tugging him up by the shoulder, and he rose to stand beside her. Before them stood Zane.
You know what, Bodegazilla? Lucky Charms is Irish, and Caleb does not have an Irish accent, okay?
Beside her. Before them stood Zane, eyes dark with fury, and Gia, with a white glow fading from her eyes.
Love is only a feeling. Oh, Lord. Alright, so I was intending to go for another half hour before taking another break, but I am starving. Like, real hungry. So I'm going to get the next session set up, and then I'm going to take a break and go eat some leftover spagoot. Spagando. Anyway, love is only a feeling. Love is only a feeling. Lego minifigs? I don't know that I know what a minifig is. I Google this. Oh, minifigures? Oh, just like the standard Lego dudes? Well, of course, everyone is welcome to use... Oh god, this is a big session. But yeah, people can use what they want. That's one of the wonderful things about Dungeons and Dragons. But not one of the wonderful things about Tiggers, because Tiggers are wonderful things. Extra stuff and bits. What, 16 through... $21. 21? I wish I could figure out what the fuck that notification is, because it keeps going off and it's very annoying and it's very loud. Ugh. Oh yeah, we need to break this session up a little bit. You know, I don't think it is. I don't... Somehow I don't think that's what that computer notification is.
Chapter 22.
Oh, what am I doing? That doesn't matter. Heh! Huzzah for Lego. You going for any particular sets or genres, or what are you getting? USB peripherals or USB drivers? Huh. Well, all right, all right, all right. Oops.
Made their way back to the academy.
Nice. Boy, I tell you, I haven't gotten properly into Legos in a long time. I tell you what. The Dark Ages? What's called the Dark Ages? I don't get it. Oops. Oh, that's funny actually. Turning 40, the big 4-0. Man, a couple more years like that and you'll catch up to Megan. That's a joke because you can't catch up to somebody in age. See what I did? I agree with you, but her birth certificate and driver's license do not.
Chapter 24.
Wait, what?
Chapter 22.
What? Oh, I missed one. Heh! Could be. Maybe my wife is actually a secret international spy. She married me under a false identity. Now I'm just picturing Lucky Charms being said like Ford saying Eldritch Blast. Lucky Charms. Eldritch Blast. Okay, that makes more sense. I thought that chapter was exceptionally long.
Chapter 24.
You don't like New Ford? I love New Ford. He's such a confused boy. Trying to figure out how do life. It's like, ah, good, I am useful to the group again. Now that literally my entire life has changed, I feel like I need to figure something out. Like, what do I want to do with this one precious life that I have been given? Because I think I'm done being a Vandrin clone. But on the other hand, Vandrin clone was kind of my whole thing. Oh, the accent? Eldritch Blast. Oh, fuck.
Chapter 25.
Vandrin? His old sea captain? Love is only a feeling. They are a bit caster heavy. Well, Yasha's the tank, and, you know, there's just a slight problem with that.
Be reluctant to have her speak with any outsider. I know your character, but they will not.
Really? I like her. I think that might stem, though, from the fact that she just hasn't had as much time as literally any of the other characters. Like, I think when she gets time, she's really interesting. Like, this whole arc is... I mean, it's an arc for the whole crew, yeah, but it's really an arc for Yasha, you know? I am listening to season 1 right now. I'm not actually that big a fan of Grog. He's fine, but like... Yeah, but like I just went through the whole Western arc, or the whole you know, Herd of Storms arc. Like I'm done with it. I finished it. That's several episodes ago. I went through the Briarwood arc. I went through the the Sword, and like he's fine, but I like Yasha as a barbarian way better. But like Ashley's never played a barbarian before. And I think it's way more interesting to have a barbarian who's a fallen Aasimar rather than like a Goliath. Like, let's be honest, a Goliath barbarian is one one degree away from a half-orc barbarian in terms of like just not that original. But a literal fallen angel who goes into battle rages, like, that's cool. The fucking wings and shit. I love it. Love is only a fear. Well, it turns out that I will probably end up working until I said I was going to work. Because setting up these recording sessions, or these editing sessions, is... I think it's going to be really interesting to see when Ashley finishes Blind Spot and she's just on the show. Like a year of basically uninterrupted Ashley. I think that's going to be real interesting to see.
Chapter 22.
Yeah, it's true. There isn't much fun or whimsy in the group, especially since one of the original primary sources of fun and whimsy is no longer providing that. I think that Not is pretty fun and whimsy, despite the backstory, right? Like there's backstory, and then there's actions in game. And I think that Not and Jester are both quite quite fun and whimsy. Caduceus to a lesser extent, maybe. Yeah, but Bodegadilla, come on. If you stop and think about it, all of it's depressing. Everything is depressing in Dungeons and Dragons. Like, if you stop and think about it.
Chapter 16.
I think the only one who's not completely depressing, if you stop and think about it, is Caduceus. Like going around the table. Ford, completely fucking depressing. Bo, totally fucking depressing. Caleb, totally fucking depressing. Not totally fucking depressing. Jester's backstory, if you stop and think about it, is fucking depressing. Bo's parents fucking suck. They kicked her out of their home. Her dad cared more about following a prophecy that would lead him to riches and to marrying the girl he loved than his child. That sucks.
Gia marched them through the
Like being sent away from home and put with an order, an order of monks, like that just blows. Well, yeah.
Gia marched them through the halls towards the dean's office.
Well, sure. It's not a very high bar, though. Then you got what? You got Ford, who's been brought up his whole life with internalized hatred for the fact that he's half orc, so much so that he mutilates his own body to hide his most notably orcish tendencies. and who wanted so badly to be useful to other people because he felt like he was useless to other people that he pretended to be somebody completely different. For months, or however long it's been that they've been together. Yasha, you don't know enough to know if her backstory is depressing? Dude. I think this explains why you don't like Yasha. Part of a barbarian tribe, fell in love with a woman, married her in secret. Tribe found out about it, murdered her wife. Yasha was forced to flee to save her own life, knowing that she was abandoning the person she was in love with and had literally married. It was so traumatic that her memory of the next several years vanished, and now she has discovered that it looks like she was a mass murdering demon thrall during that time. I mean, that is among the worst of the backstories. Like, that, to me, that competes with Caleb. I don't think mass murdering fuckhead. I think mass murdering demon thrall. She's literally being mind controlled and has been mind controlled in the past. By, like, a fucking Kilgrave type character. That's my headcanon, by the way. Oban is basically just Kilgrave. Yeah, he's a Marvel comic book character with mind control powers, and he basically mind controlled Jessica Jones for years and made her do basically anything he wanted, including crimes, and then, you know, like, sleep with him, which is obviously pretty fucking awful. But you get the idea.
Forward.
Okay, computer. Thank you for the alarm. And if you think about it, Jessica Jones basically is a barbarian. Resistant to damage, but not immune to it. Proficient DPS, but not defense. Wait, when you say batting for the other team, what do you mean? Because there's no question about which team Yasha bats for. Oh, Mika Burton is like my favorite person I've discovered in a long time. And I'd never heard of her before Critical Role. Like, oh my god, how freaking awesome was she? That is one way to put it, I suppose. Oh my god, that was amazing. But to be honest, it was not nearly as funny as the episode before this week's episode. I.e., the episode where they got kicked out of everywhere. Of literally everything. They're not allowed anywhere anymore. That episode, I was crying with laughter. The teleportation circle of doom. I reach out and I pat Bo's back and I try to cast Enhance ability on her. And as the guards see you reach out to cast a spell, both of them raise their crossbows and shoot you. Again. Oh, fuck, that was good. Love is only a feeling. All right. That session is all prepped. I am taking a break to get myself some food. I'm going to heat up some spagoot. That's true. That's definitely true. All right, later, man. Oh, we are chunking our way through our work so far. Hope to keep it up. All right, back soon. Oh, that was some good spagoot. Tasty, tasty spaghetti. All right.
Chapter 16. Gia marched them through the halls towards the dean's office, one hand on Theron's shoulder and the other on Eben's. Calum followed meekly to the side like a beaten dog. Zane was just beside them, his footsteps silent. When they reached the door, Gia released Eben's shoulder to open it. Eben began to step in, but she jerked him back. Zane hesitated half a moment before entering first, as though he had not expected such deference. He swept over to his desk and sat in the wide, plush chair. Gia nudged them forwards before taking her place at Zane's side. Eben approached the desk meekly, eyes on his feet, and Calum beside him, but Theron carelessly threw herself in one of the chairs. "Stand, Theron," threw herself in one of
Editor definitely getting a little overzealous on some of these.
herself in one of the chairs. "Stand, Theron," snapped Gia. "This is not some casual visit." Theron obeyed without question, her expression calm. Standing beside Eben, hands clasped behind her back, she spoke first. "You should let the two of clasp behind." Hands clasped behind her back, she spoke first. "You should let the two of them go. All of this was my idea." Gia scoffed. "Even if that..." idea. Gia scoffed. "Even if that were true, and I have my doubts, they would be guilty for following you. We do not teach our pupils to blindly follow every mad suggestion that comes their way." "I forced them to do it," said Theron. "I said I..." said Theron. "I said I would spread their darkest secrets through the school if they did not do as I asked." Eben risked a glance in her direction, but she kept her eyes on Gia. "Oh?" Gia arched an eyebrow. "And what dark secret..." Eyebrow. "And..." Eyebrow. "And what dark secrets are those?" Theron spread her hands. "They did as I asked." Zane had stayed silent and moved not a muscle. His hands gripped the arms of his chair, and Eben might have thought the dean was not even listening to the exchange. And mayhap that was true, for his eyes never left Eben's face. But never left Eben's. left Eben's face. But Theron's casual indifference had struck a nerve in Gia, and she slapped her hand on the desk. "This is not some jest, Theron. You know the vaults are forbidden to students except in performance of their servitude, and you know why, better than most who study here. As an aside, you have utterly... As an aside... As an aside... Here. As an study here. As an aside, you have utterly disregarded the entire point of your services, and from this moment on you will help clean the privies instead. You will help clean the privies instead. Theron did not even blink. That seems fair, instructor. Gia's nostrils flared. There will be... Gia's nostrils flared. There will be more punishment than that, I can assure you. She turned to... Assure you. She turned to Eben and Calum. And the two of you, what were you thinking? Theron has some history of getting into trouble, but both of you are from proud families. I had hoped you might have some positive influence on her. Might have some positive... have some positive influence on her. I'd hoped you might have some positive influence on her, not the other way around. I have told you it was my idea, said Theron, speaking before Eben could reply. I have learned to read the sign of other wizards. I noticed while filling out my logs that something had been taken from the vaults, and I thought I might be able to discover who. Spell sight, Gia said with a snort. But then her eyes sharpened. You did not sense anything, did you? Eben thought he saw the corner of Theron's mouth twitch. No, instructor. And the two of you? What was your role in this foolery? Theron opened her mouth again, but Gia raised a single finger and silenced her. I have heard quite enough from you. I have directed my question at Eben and Calum. Calum looked uncertainly at Eben. Eben squared his shoulders. Theron said she could use our help after she had searched for the... Theron... Theron... Shoulders. Theron said she could use our help after she had searched for the signs of the other wizard's power, or what have you. We were meant to use our transmutation to leave the vaults, so that you would not be detected. How fortunate for us! So that you would not be detected. How fortunate for us, then, that someone had already warned us you might be trying to sneak inside. Students always seem to think that rumors only fly into their ears and not into ours. At first, Eben was confused, but then he realized Lilith. In anger at their argument, Theron had said she would prove that Lilith was the thief. Lilith must have guessed at their intent to sneak into the vaults and gone running to Zane or Gia. That explained how they had been found so quickly. Theron's cheeks flushed red, and she ducked her head to hide the fury in her eyes. Zane moved for the first time, pushing back his chair and then standing to lean over his desk. Still his gaze was fixed on Eben, who looked at the floor again. I do not believe you, said Zane softly. I think this was a plot. Softly. Said Zane softly. Softly. I think. Softly. I think this was a plot by the Drayden boy. Eben felt the blood drain from his face. Theron opened her mouth again, but Zane spoke first, and sharply. Be silent. I speak not to you, but to him. What say you, Drayden? Do you deny it? He could not raise his eyes. He did not know what to say. If he denied it, he condemned Theron. If he admitted it, though it was false, he could take the blame upon himself. But then Theron scraped her shoe upon the floor and cleared her throat. She had taken the blame from the first. Hopefully she had some sort of plan. So Eben raised his head and met Zane's eye. The truth is as Theron told you. You lie. It is plain to read in your face as well as your eyes. Gather your possessions. You are banished from the academy. The world spun beneath his feet. A high whine sounded at the edge of Eben's hearing. His hand shot out to grip Theron's arm, a desperate attempt to steady himself. But then Gia cleared her throat. Dean, she said quietly, the Academy's rules do not provide for such a punishment, not unless you believe their intent was to use the Vault's artifacts to wreak havoc upon their fellow students, and then you would have to expel all three of them. At that, Zane hesitated. He straightened slightly, sweeping his gaze to Theron and then to Killam. His jaw worked, muscles spasming under the skin. But at last he sat, leaning back in his chair and propping his chin upon his fist. I have half a mind to, he said. Upon his fist. I have half a mind to, he said, but the fire was gone from his tone. Consider yourselves lucky we did not flood the hallways with flame, as is our right, said Gia, and consider yourselves on... said Gia, and consider yourselves on notice as well. You will all receive punishments for this, and if you should do anything so idiotic ever again, I shall banish you myself. Do you understand? Yes, Instructor. Yes, Instructor. Yes.
That would be distracting, right?
Yes, Instructor.
Oh, that would be... That would be distracting. Funny idea, though.
Stand. Yes, Instructor, they mumbled in unison. Very well. Come. They... Very well. Come. They left the room on Gia's heels. Once in the hall, they all turned their steps towards the dormitories, but Gia snapped her fingers and pointed. They paused, but when she did not move, they quickly followed her directions. She took them down the hall around the corner, where she stopped and glowered at them with arms folded.
What in the darkness below possessed you?
Her voice was now filled with a much greater fury than she had shown in Zane's office.
That was by far...
Zane's office.
That was by far the most foolish thing I have seen. The most foolish thing I have seen. The most foolish thing I have seen any student do in all my days here.
Eben's face burned. Zane's hatred was easy to bear, for he knew it was rooted in a falsehood, but Gia's fury was righteous, and he knew it.
We are sorry, Instructor. It will not happen again? It certainly will not. If it does, I promise that expulsion will be the least of your worries. How could you do this, Eben, after we spoke in my office? And you, Theron.
She rounded on the girl.
Do not think I am unsympathetic to your situation, but also do not think I would hesitate to throw you out of this place on your ear, no matter where you must go afterwards.
At last, Theron showed her shame, cheeks darkening as she averted her eyes. Eben stared at her in wonder. So Gia, too, knew the tale of Theron's life outside the academy, and the home to which she loathed the thought of returning. But he had little time to think on it, for Gia turned to him and Calum.
I spoke no falsehood concerning your families. Your lineage has its share of stains, Eben, but I thought you might wish to cleanse them. This is not how you go about it. And Calum, you are royalty. Did you spare a single thought for how you would shame your king if I were to send him word of his cousin behaving like a common thief?
To Eben's shock, Calum burst out crying, and he... Calum burst... Calum burst out... Calum burst out...
Thief?
To Eben's shock, Calum burst out crying and hid his face in his hands. Gia stopped her tirade at once, and though she tried to keep her stern demeanor, her eyes softened. Tears spilled freely between Calum's fingers to drip on the stone floor, and he scrubbed at his nose with the back of his sleeve.
I did,
he sobbed.
I did think of it, but it is only that I cannot stand it anymore. The sights we saw out on the streets, the instructors who were killed, and the students as well. And now Credell, who taught me only a few years ago. I see his face. I see all their faces in my dreams, and sometimes with my waking eyes. I only wanted to do something to help. What if they come back for us?
Gia's face transformed to a vision of perfect shock, but no more so than Eben. He realized his mouth was hanging open, and he closed it with a snap. Then he elbowed Theron so that she did the same. Gia turned to them.
Is this true? Is that why you embarked upon this mad scheme?
Yes, said Theron.
I told you I wanted to see if I could learn who had broken into the vaults. I suppose that was only half the truth. I thought that mayhap it might help defend the academy. Somehow.
It was a foolish thought, I know. If only there were something I could do, that we could do. She raised her eyes to the sky, blinking hard as though fighting back tears. Eben bit down on his tongue to keep from laughing, and kept his eyes on the floor to hide the smile. Calem's sobs redoubled, and he lurched towards Gia, wrapping his arms around her waist. She started, hands drawing back. But after a moment she lowered one to his hair and patted his shoulder awkwardly with the other. "Will Dolmoon come back, instructor?" said Calem. "They will not," she said softly. "They know that if they should try..."
Oh, Calem, you manipulative little prick.
She said softly. "They know that if they should try, the High King has now gathered much strength upon the seat to repel them, and the instructors will keep you safe besides. Now, stop crying. It is unseemly for a son of royalty." Calem nodded and sniffed hard, stepping back and swiping at his nose again. Eben reached out and draped his arm across the boy's shoulders. He looked plaintively at Gia. "He has been inconsolable since the attack, instructor. We have tried our best to comfort each other, but we all bear the same scars. We only thought that taking action, any action, might do us all some good." Gia sighed. "I suppose I understand, at least in part." Gia sighed. "I suppose I understand, at least in part. But you must never do anything like this again. If you find your thoughts so occupied, you may always come and talk to me, or whichever instructor you prefer. We are here to help you, and to protect you. You must let us do both, or we shall indeed be in far greater danger." Eben nodded quickly. "Of course, instructor. I understand. And we will not try anything of the sort again. Promise me." "We promise," said Theron vehemently. Gia waved her hands quickly. "Then be off with you." Waved her hands quickly. "Then be off with you. It is nearly time for bed." They turned and made off down the hallway. As soon as they had rounded the corner, they broke into a jog and then a run once out of earshot. They did not stop until they reached the foot of the stairs leading to the dormitories. "That was a brilliant performance," said Theron. Calem looked at them both. His eyes were still tear-stained, but he wore a broad grin. "It was it not?" Eben shook his head. "I wish you had done it in front..." His head. "I wish you had done it in front of Zane. His judgment is far harsher. Did you see the hate in his eyes? He would have shown no pity. Not like I knew Gia would." Theron snorted. "Remind me never to believe a word that comes out of your mouth, Calem." They all burst out laughing.
That one was not too bad. Excuse me. In the night, great ascend. Oh. Okay, all the prep time made that a very, very slow chapter. But that's alright.
Chapter 17.
Coffee.
The moment Eben entered the dining hall the next morning, he felt many eyes upon him. He stopped in the doorway, looking at the other students in confusion. But the moment he looked at the students watching him, they quickly turned away. Some whispered to their friends behind their hands and turned back when they thought he might no longer be looking. He moved forwards again, frowning, and then it dawned on him. Word must already have spread of their exploits in the vaults. These were not looks of fear or scorn. Most were curious, and mayhap some even admired what he had done. A grin tugged at the corner of his mouth, which he quickly tried to suppress. Eben reached... Eben reached the line of students who awaited their meal, awaited their meal. Their meal. There, just 2 students ahead of him, was little Estrella. Her frizzed hair stuck out even more than normal, as though she had not taken much care to brush it that morning. "Estrella," said Eben. She did not move. He tried again, louder. "Estrella." She turned to look at him, and a chill struck his heart. Great bags hung beneath her eyes, which were bloodshot, and her skin was paler than could be explained by long hours of study. It did not seem she knew who he was at first, for she had to blink twice before recognition dawned in her eyes.
Eben,
She said, trying to smile. She stepped out of line to join him. Her thin arms wrapped him in a hug, but it was a half-hearted thing. Credel's death must have struck her far harder than he had thought. Guilt coursed through him, for he had not once gone to check on her since they saw the body. She was only a child. He opened his mouth to ask her how she fared, but then, since they saw the body, she was only a child. He opened his mouth to ask her how she fared, but then thought better of it. Instead, he patted her hair and said softly,
I have greatly missed seeing you. I have missed you too, but I will soon graduate into your class.
Thank the sky, said Eben, giving an exaggerated sigh. I need you to teach me. Perrin is a fine woman, but... sigh. I need you to teach me. Perrin is a fine woman, but she does not understand the intricacies of my mind as you do. That earned him a small smile, which warmed his heart to see. I do not think your... heart to see. I do not think your mind is very intricate. Eben clutched at his chest. You wound me. She giggled and his smile broadened. I hope you have been spending time with your other friends. I know they are not so entertaining as I am, nor as clever, nor handsome, but none of us should spend our days alone, especially now. It seemed she understood his true meaning, for her eyes clouded. I have been spending time with my sister, she said softly. She has been a great... said softly. She has been a great comfort to me. He frowned. Then he remembered the night they had found Credel, the older student, Isra, kneeling beside Estrella and holding her away from the sight of the corpse. Isra? She is your sister? Estrella shrugged. In a way. Estrella shrugged. In a way. We both come from an orphanage in Valdemar. Or we did, until our sponsor found us. I suppose we should say we are part of her household now. I did not know, Eben said quietly. The thought that Estrella was an orphan, bright-eyed and kind as she was, saddened him greatly. He tried to imagine himself in her place. She must have loved Credel very much, for he was always kind to the other students and never feared them as he had Eben. And now he was gone. No wonder Estrella looked so worn. Eben wondered if he could even keep attending class every day, where their roles reversed. Estrella looked down at her shoes now, and her chin had begun to tremble as though she might cry. Quickly, Eben put a hand to her shoulder and smiled. I cannot wait to study with you in Perrin's class. There are 3 spells to learn before you can pass the second year. One is to change obsidian's color to white. I have never heard of such a thing. She blinked, banishing tears as he drew her interest once more. I know, she said, and then leaned in to whisper. I have even been trying to practice the spell. Let me see if I can... Her brow furrowed, and she put one of her fingers to the edge of the wooden bowl. For a heartbeat, Light flashed into her eyes and then faded. When she withdrew her finger, the spot was a shade lighter. Eben gawked.
That is incredible, Astrea. But how can you be so far advanced and still not perform the passing spell for the first-year class?
Astrea shrugged with a self-conscious smile.
Spell for the first-year class.
Astrea shrugged with a self-conscious smile.
Some wizards take more easily to one spell than another, but I am almost done with the testing spell, too. I meant it when I said I would join your class soon.
They had reached the table at last. Attendants scooped porridge into their bowls, and they made their way through the dining hall towards their friends. When they reached the center of the room, Astrea gave Eben a final smile.
I will see you soon,
he promised.
and I you,
she said, wandering off. Calum was waiting at their table when Eben sat down.
Good morn,
he said, speaking around cheeks filled with food.
Good morn,
said Eben.
Did you have as much trouble sleeping as I did?
I cannot know, for I was not there, but most likely, yes. I kept starting awake with thoughts that Dean Foridar might change his mind and expel us after all.
I thought he might abduct us in our sleep and have us thrown into the bay. Sleep.
Sleep. Sleep.
Sleep and I thought he might abduct us in our sleep and have us thrown into the bay,
muttered Eben. That indeed had plagued his nightmares. He had seen it, like the day he had fought Cyrus on the cliffs, except that he was Cyrus and Zane was the one on the ground. The Dean gripped Eben's ankles and turned them to stone, and then he was falling into the ocean, where dark waters swirled around him and crawled down his throat.
But morning has come, and still we reside within these walls,
said Calum.
I, for one, am grateful.
And I, said Eben.
But we must decide what to do next.
Calum fixed him with a glare.
Eben? Come now, Calum. A thief is still on the loose. Now, Calum. A thief... A thief... A thief... A thief... Eben? Come now, Calum. A thief is still on the loose and a murderer. And we know Lilith must have been... on the loose and a murderer. And we know Lilith must have been the one to tell the instructors what we were up to. It is another sign of her guilt.
Leaning forwards, Calum spoke in a harsh whisper.
And what do you mean to do about it? I mean to do exactly what we should have done from the first. Nothing. You were eager enough to pursue Lilith before. What of her guilt? What of the family Yaren's treason against the High King?
Calum shook his head.
I was a fool before, and so were you, for agreeing to Theron's scheme. We are Academy pupils, Eben, and hardly advanced in our training. We only barely escaped with our skins intact. We have landed ourselves in as much trouble as I have ever been, and I will not do anything to make it worse.
Eben opened his mouth to answer, but then he heard raised voices a few tables away. He turned and saw Astrea standing beside the table where she had been eating, facing another student her age. Eben recognized him as a boy named Vali, a weremage, and one of Estrella's friends. But now the boy stared at Estrella with cold eyes while her face contorted with tears. It was her voice Eben had heard.
What do you mean?
Said Estrella, shaking.
You're not making...
Shaking.
You're not making any sense.
I am not your friend. Vali's voice was odd, monotonous. I do not wish to see you.
We're in the library.
See you.
We're in the library together every day, you idiot,
said Estrella, her voice cracking. I am not your friend, Vali said again, and then turned to leave her. Estrella burst into tears and slumped back down to her bench. Something was wrong. Eben frowned, trying to place it. He took a step forwards, but before he could go to Estrella and comfort her, the dining hall door burst open. Theron flew by him in a rush, her face twisted in rage. Eben and Calum glanced at each other and then scrambled to follow. Soon they were a half step behind her. Finally, Eben saw where they were headed. Lilith, sitting with some other seventh years. Her back was to them, so that she was unaware of Theron approaching from behind. Too late, her cousin Orin looked up and saw them. He tapped Lilith on the shoulder to warn her, but Theron was already there, snatching Lilith by the back of her robe and dragging the girl to her feet. You flap-mouthed sow, she cried, shoving Lilith back so that she nearly fell across the table. Orin leaped forwards, trying to shove Theron away. She caught one of his wrists and twisted it, kicking his legs as he recoiled in pain. He fell back, his rear striking the bench hard. Lilith's friend Nella stood to shove Theron away. She caught one of his... Orin leaped forwards, fell across the table. Orin leaped forward. Oh, she cried. Mouthed... You flap-mouthed sow, she cried, shoving the bench hard. Lilith's friend... Lilith... hard. The bench hard. Lilith's friend Nella stood to the other side, but she seemed reluctant to enter the fray. Eben realized her gaze was on him. When the seat had been attacked, she and Eben had stood together against the Shade soldiers. Now they looked at each other uncertainly, neither willing to leap in on behalf of Lilith and Theron. But the girls did not need the help. Lilith had found her feet, and she stared daggers into Theron's eyes. Theron's nose was less than a finger's breadth from Lilith's, and she matched the girl's stare with equal hatred. You were a fool to go along with the Drayden boy, said Lilith. Do not dare to point fingers. Theron shoved her again. Orin, do not dare to point fingers. Theron shoved her again. Orin shot to his feet. Not... Do not dare to... Do not dare to point fingers. said Lilith.
Do not dare to point fingers.
Theron shoved her again. Oren shot to his feet, but he seemed reluctant to take another trouncing from Theron.
No one would have known if you had kept your greasy lips together. Have you forgotten all the things I might tell them about you? One stray whisper. You should be thanking me. Now you have been kept out of his schemes, whatever they might be.
Lilith looked past Theron to glare at Eben. He tried not to shudder.
You have called me an adder, but you ignore the snake in your own pocket.
The students all around were on the edges of their seats, some with their mouths hanging open as though they could not wait for the argument to burst into a fight, mayhap one of spells. Cautiously, Eben reached out and took Theron's arm.
Come, Theron, leave her be and get some food in you. Yes, heed the words of a sniveling Drayden,
sneered Lilith.
Only do not be surprised or come running to me.
Drayden, sneered Lilith. Only sneered Lilith.
Only do not be surprised or come running to me when you find his knife between your shoulder blades.
Theron had drawn back a step, and though her fists were shaking at her sides, her face was an impassive mask.
You are the one who has shown herself faithless, and not for the first time.
To Eben's shock, Lilith grimaced in obvious pain. Her eyes glistened, though he could not believe there might be tears in them.
You have tried endlessly to paint me as an agent of evil. It will never work, and that infuriates you. One day you will see how wrong you are. I only hope it will not be too late.
She turned sharply, robes flapping out like a cloak, and resumed her seat. Oren still gave them a sullen look, while Nella breathed an audible sigh. Theron looked as though she might push the matter, but Eben and Caleb took her arms and turned her gently away. They made their way back to the table and sat, while nearby students discreetly averted their eyes.
Here,
said Eben, pushing his plate in front of her.
Here,
said Eben, pushing his plate in front of her.
I was finished anyway.
In front of her.
I was finished anyway. Anyway. Wait. Anyway.
Theron stabbed the gruel with her spoon, but did not scoop any to eat. Caleb was staring down at his hands, mouth working as though searching for words to say.
We might have gotten away with it,
said Theron.
Damn her. All ended well enough,
said Eben.
It is done.
Eben.
It is...
said Eben.
It is done. So I should forget it?
said Theron.
I will not. She must have had something to do with the theft. Why else would she have warned Zane? To spite you, or mayhap for pure mischief,
said Caleb.
You said yourself that you could not sense her power in the vaults. Mayhap she learned to hide it.
But even Theron did not sound convinced by her own words.
You spoke of things that you know about her,
said Eben.
Why do the two of you hate each other so? Her loathing of me, I understand. My family and hers have...
Theron shot to her feet and stalked away from the table, leaving Caleb and Eben to eat their breakfast alone. Chapter 18.
"17 is done." 17 is doobie 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 done. Yeah. Ooh, that was a fast one. Okay. One more 45-minute stretch, and we are ending stream for the day. Might be able to get two more chapters done. In our final 45.
Theron shot. Chapter 18. For many days afterwards, they had to remain on their best behavior. Gia, or Mayep Zane, must have passed word to their instructors. Eben found that Perrin now watched him closely, and was reluctant to let him leave class for any reason, even to visit the privy. When they met and studied each day in the library, Calum and Theron told him that their classes were much the same. Their classes were much the same. Under such careful watch, it was impossible to continue searching for the thief who had broken into the vaults. Since Shay had not come with the rest of his family, Eben did not fear to see Adara, and so he visited her every other day or so. Upon one such visit, he at last arranged for her to meet Calum and Theron for dinner. They decided to see each other upon the last day of Febris, the eve of year's end. Astrea soon graduated into the second year's class with Eben, performing the same graduation ceremony as he had. Eben was surprised to find her presence a great comfort, for he had not had any luck making friends among his new classmates. Though he was unable to speak with her often or for very long, she would always smile at him. She would always smile at him as they passed each other in the classroom, though he could see how tired her smile had become, for she went about her days haggard and careworn, showing a glimmer of life only in his presence or Ezra's. After sneaking into the vaults, Eben often felt that the eyes of all the faculty were upon him, especially Zane's. But in a way that was a blessing, for it made him focus upon his studies, and under Perrin's tutelage he found a renewed passion for learning that he had not felt since before the he had not felt since before the academy. Creedel's sniveling had made him doubt he would ever become a true wizard, but now his childhood dreams but true wizard. But now his childhood dreams were rekindled, and they burned twice as bright. Often he would study halfway through the midday meal, poring over a tome until his groaning stomach forced him to leave. In addition to studying books, he was thrilled to be practicing his spells. Now that he could shift stone, Perrin encouraged him to do it a bit every day. Shortly after the incident in the vaults, Perrin presented a small wooden box and set it on the desk. It was less than a hand... It was less... desk. It was less than a handbreadth wide and hollow, yet it had been filled with stone in some manner Eben did not understand. That is, until Perrin placed her fingers upon it, and the stone began to shift and ripple like water. Practice moving the stone out of the box. That should be easy enough. But then, and this shall be the hard part at first, put the stone back in. Eben soon learned the truth of her words. Shifting stone away from him was simple. He touched it, and it radiated from his fingers like brushing away dust. Yet whenever he tried to put it back into place, the stone rippled away from him and around his skin. He could not try for long without growing frustrated. "That is often the way of it for transmuters," said Perrin, "when first we learn to shift stone." Perrin, "When first we learn to shift stone, or anything at all, we can only push it away like an infant batting at a coin held before its face. Eventually, they learn to take hold of things and move them where they will." Eben glared when she said that, not sure he enjoyed being compared to an infant. Fortunately for him, there was much else to learn. Before the attack on the seat, Caleb else to learn. Before the attack on the seat, Caleb had taught him to spin mist from the air. Now Perrin let him practice it in the classroom. The first barrier, and the greatest, was learning to spin it more than a few inches from his body. Theron and Caleb had laughed when he first cast the spell, for the mists clung to him and made him look like a man made of smoke. Try as he might, Eben could not seem to push the mists farther. Try as he might, Eben could not speed of smoke. Try as he might, Eben could not seem to push the mists farther out. When he attempted it, they simply vanished to nothing. "You are thinking with your skin," Perrin told him.
Coffee. Potty.
Perrin told him. Your own magic is a conduit. You cannot turn all the air in a room to mist just by touching it. That would require you to be as large as the room. You must learn to see the mists you have created as an extension of you. Follow it out from yourself in your mind's eye, and turn the air it touches into still more mist. Eben felt his head spinning, but he tried it anyway. Mist clung to his hand, and he focused until he could see the mist, hovering in the air, clinging to his skin. Then he tried to feel the air beyond it, but he saw only darkness. He grit his teeth and thought harder. The mist vanished. No, use the mist. It is not your tool. It is part of you. I am trying, said Eben. Perrin sighed and stood. Practice will help. Perrin sighed and stood. Practice will help. You remember how much easier your testing spell became after you cast it for the first time. They will all be like that, for a long while at least. And then one day your mind grows used to the process, and learning new spells is no longer so taxing. Eben crossed his arms on the table and rested his chin upon them. And when will that happen? Chin upon them. And when will that happen? After my 40th year? Perrin slammed her meaty hand on the table. Eben jumped and sat straight on his bench. None of that, said Perrin. You will learn nothing by moping. You will learn only through effort. Now, try it again. Day after day, Eben struggled. Day after day, Eben struggled with his mists. Perrin spent more and more time watching him, lips pursed and brow furrowed beneath her massive shag of hair. Each time he became aware of Perrin's gaze, Eben's concentration began to waver. Soon the thin fog he had managed to wrap around his arm would vanish entirely. Then he would groan with frustration and fight a mighty urge to flip his table over. Mayhap it would be good to distract yourself with another lesson, said Perrin one day. Eben frowned. Another one? I have not mastered the mists yet, nor shifting stone. Would it not be better to focus on them rather than take on another spell? Some instructors might say so, but I call them fools. Sometimes it is better to pursue many things at once. With each spell, we flex a different part of our mind. Each may teach us something of the other. Yes, if you sit there and try endlessly to spin your mists, you may learn it faster than if you practice other spells in between. Yet I think you will learn all of them faster if you practice all of them in turn and change between them to freshen your mind.
Eben had never heard of learning this way, but he was willing to try. He thought he might scream if he had to spin mists even one more time. Very well. What am I to learn?
What do you know of defensive magic?
Eben's eyes widened. He remembered the day he toured the academy. Upon the training grounds, he had seen students of all the 4 branches practicing their craft. And where the transmuters had been practicing, I have seen transmuters, turn arrows to dust in mid-flight.
Perrin chuckled. You are a long way.
Chuckled.
Perrin chuckled. You are a long way from that, I'm afraid. Indeed, that spell is like invisibility. Only a handful of transmuters are capable of learning it. But the simplest magical defense is stopping another wizard's spells. That is far easier than halting a physical attack, and far safer to practice as well. What have you learned of the 4 branches and their relationship to each other?
Not as much as might be hoped, I am sure.
Each branch has
I am sure.
Each branch has its mirror, said Perrin. Mentalism to elementalism, transmutation to therianthropy. A wizard may dispel magic of their own branch or of its mirror.
Eben shook his head. What do you mean, dispel? All of this is strange to me.
Perrin smiled. Spin your mists.
Eben frowned and reached out a hand. His eyes glowed, and a thin fog sprang to life to wrap around his arm. But then Perrin's eyes glowed in answer, and there was a snap on the air. Eben felt his connection severed, and the mist vanished. He gawked at his arm, now laid bare.
That is what I mean, said Perrin. You can stop the spells of another wizard if you learn to sense them being cast.
I can stop other alchemists from using their magic?
Being cast.
I can stop other alchemists from using their magic?
And weremages as well.
Perrin leaned forward.
As well.
Perrin leaned forwards with a smile, her eyes alight with interest. Eben noticed that she had said weremages, not therianthropes, and had not corrected his use of alchemists.
Weremagic
alchemists.
Weremagic is our mirror branch, and our spells are intricately tied to theirs.
Eben did not say it aloud, but Eben did not say it aloud, but he thought of when he had snuck into the vaults. He and Caleb had been burrowing through the stone to escape, when there was a snap, and the stone had reverted back to its true form. When they had turned, they had seen Gia with her eyes glowing. Now he realized that she had dispelled their magic. I see, he said, nodding slowly. That makes sense to me. nodding slowly.
That makes sense to me. Alchemy and were-magic are of a kind. They both turn things into something else. A were-mage changes their own body, and we change that which we touch. Fire magic and mind magic are similar in that they both exert power outside of the wizard.
Perrin grimaced.
That is too
Perrin grimaced.
That is too simple a way of putting it, but you have the idea. And that is why you should be wary of battling a mind mage or a fire mage. Anyone with a degree of skill could strike you down before you could get close, where you would be able to defend yourself.
With a sick lurch in his gut, Eben thought of Cyrus atop the cliff overlooking the great bay.
I will keep that in mind,
he muttered. Perrin must have noted Eben's somber tone. She frowned, but she let it pass.
Well, to practice a counterspell, you shall need a spell to counter. Astraea, come here, if you please.
Eben looked up with delight as Astraea rose from her desk and came to join them. She frowned as Perrin directed her to sit on the bench beside Eben. The instructor then produced a wooden rod and placed it in the girl's hand.
Take the other end of the rod, please, Eben,
said Perrin. He did, though he felt just as confused as Astraea.
Good. Now, Astraea, I want you to change the rod to stone, just as you did for your testing spell. Eben, you must feel her magic as she casts it and try to stop her. Now, begin.
Astraea looked at Eben, and he back at her, and he knew that neither of them had the faintest idea what Perrin was talking about. They shrugged at the same time and giggled. Then Astraea began to concentrate. Her eyes glowed, and Eben felt a familiar prickling along his spine, the sense that another transmuter was using their magic in his presence. Slowly, stone rippled along the wooden rod towards Eben's fingers. He narrowed his eyes, trying to sense the stone as it turned, but he could only see the material itself, and not the magic acting upon it. In a few moments it was done. The rod had turned to stone, and Eben released his grip with a sigh.
Let me turn it back,
said Perrin, reaching for the rod, but Astraea withheld it from her.
I can do it, instructor,
she said meekly. Her eyes glowed once more. And the rod rippled back into wood. Perrin gave an appreciative smile, and Eben sat gaping.
I did not know you could turn the rod back into wood, child, said Perrin. That is most child, said Perrin. That is most impressive.
Astraea only shrugged.
I learned that spell before I could do it the right way. Everyone says I was supposed to learn wood to stone first.
Perrin shook her head.
That is the way of magic. Some wizards take to some spells more easily than others, and in truth there is no right way to learn. You should take pride, for that is one of the testing spells to graduate this class.
Even I have not learned it yet, said Eben, giving her an encouraging smile. Astraea smirked at him, though it was half-hearted.
That is not a surprise. You are brand new to the academy.
Perrin's laugh rang through the room, making the other students pause at their desks.
I will leave the pair of you to practice. Remember, Eben, search for her magic and stop it with your own.
She went off to the next student whose hand was raised. Astraea turned the rod to stone again, while Eben tried in vain to keep the wood in place. After a few attempts, he still sensed nothing. He dropped his hand from the rod with a frustrated growl.
I am sorry,
Astraea said quietly.
I will try to slow my spell. I am sorry,
Astraea said quietly. Estrella said quietly.
I will try to slow my spell.
No, it is certainly not your fault, said Eben. It is mine. Perrin gave me this spell because I had grown frustrated, Eben. Said Eben. It is mine. Perrin gave me this spell because I had grown frustrated with the others, and yet it turns out I am no better at this one. Estrella gave him a small smile.
I have enjoyed
smile.
I have enjoyed my other spells. Have you learned to shift stone yet? I cannot seem to do it.
Yes, said Eben, not without some small degree of pride. Then, thinking that he might have sounded boastful, he added,
Of course, I can only shift it away from myself. I cannot control it enough to put it back inside the box. Nor can I,
said Estrella. Then her mood dampened, and a shadow seemed to swallow her features.
My friend Valley told me his second-year lessons were beastly, though he is a weremage, and I know our spells are not the same.
Vali was the boy she had had the row with in the dining hall. Eben forced a smile, hoping to turn her mind away.
I am certain you will pass this class before I will, likely before the year is behind us. No doubt I will be an old man, my beard hanging to the floor before I finish, and you will come back to the academy to visit me.
She tried to smile, but her chin trembled as tears filled her eyes.
I do not understand him. Valley, I mean. First he told me he wanted nothing to do with me. But just this morning he came to me and said he did not know what he was thinking, and that of course he had always been my friend. I cannot make sense of it. I saw the look in his eyes then. It was as if he did not know me.
Eben sighed. He should have known it would be foolish to try and distract her. First the death of her instructor, and now this, not to mention the attack upon the High King's seat. She was only a child, and it made him heartsick that she had suffered so much in so short a time. Gently he put a hand on her shoulder.
Sometimes people grow apart, Estrella. It cannot always be helped, and you should not try too hard to remain helped, and you should be helped, and you should not try too hard to remain close to someone who does not see your worth.
His soft tone broke her. She sniffed hard and swiped at the tears that leaked from the corner of her eyes.
Too many have gone.
She sniffed hard and swiped at the soft tone broke her. She sniffed hard and swiped at the tears that leaked from the corner of her eyes.
Too many.
Of her eyes.
Too many have gone, and will never have gone. Too many have gone, and will never return. I do not want to lose anyone else. Many have gone.
corner of her eyes.
Too many have gone, and will never return. I do not want to lose anyone else.
I am here, and you will not lose me, promised Eben. Indeed, you would be hard-pressed to get rid of me. And you have Isra. Get rid of me. And you... And... 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 Get rid of me. And you have Isra. I do not know... Indeed, you would be hard-pressed to get rid of me. And you have Isra. I do not know her well, but from what I have seen, I do not think she plans to leave you any time soon. Estrella scooted forwards and hugged him. Eben held her tight, patting her and hugged him. Eben held her tight, patting her hair as tears soaked his robes. Over her head, he saw Perrin watching the two of them. For an instant, he saw Perrin watching the two of them. Perrin watching the two of them. For the two of them. For he saw Perrin watching the two of them. For an instant he feared she might rebuke them for talking when they should be studying, but instead she nodded and gave him a sad little smile. These days we must all take care of each other, Eben thought. Each other, Eben thought. When Estrella had composed herself, she shifted away and retrieved the wooden rod. Eben took the other wooden rod. Eben took the other end with a smile. Come, wizardling, he said. Come, wizardling, he said. Do your worst, he said. Do Come, wizardling, he said. Do your worst. She did, now with the hint of a grin. Chapter Chapter 19. The next day was the last of Chapter 19. The next day was the last of Febris, and the eve of year's end. It was the day Eben would take Calum and Theron to sup with Adara, and his nerves tormented him throughout the morning classes. His distraction must have shown, for Perrin barked at him more than once, telling him to keep his mind on his spells. The moment the midday bell rang, Eben made for the dining hall, gobbled his meal, and then spent the rest of his spare time out upon the grounds. He shook his hands often as he walked, letting them chill in the freezing air, hoping to untie the knots his stomach seemed freezing air, hoping freezing air, hoping to untie the knots his stomach seemed determined to twist itself into. While he paced, he saw a curious thing. The boy, Vali, Astrea's former friend, was out walking alone. His arms were crossed over his chest, and he shivered, but it seemed to Eben that it came from more than the cold. Too, the boy's face was haggard and careworn, his cheeks gaunt, eyes darting in every direction. Eben felt a twinge of pity. Mayhap the boy was consumed with guilt for the way he had treated Astrea. These days were dark, and worked in strange ways upon the mind. He hoped the two of them could find a way to reconcile. But then Vali passed, and Eben thought of his dinner with Adara. Again he grew anxious, and Vali was quickly forgotten. Free study in the library was no forgotten. Quickly forgotten. Free study in the library was no better. Eben sat staring at the pages of his book, his eyes unfocused and unseeing. Every so often he would shake his head as he came out of it, but then a moment later his thoughts returned to wandering. After a time, Theron leaned back in her chair with an exasperated sigh. Sky above, with an exasperated sigh. Sky above, Eben, why are you so troubled by tonight's meal? You have lain with the woman. A meal with her cannot be this terrifying to you. Eben started at Theron's frankness and looked over his shoulder, but they were alone. Calum was off somewhere among the bookshelves, searching for a mention of Kekit. He frowned at her. I am not terrified. I am only a bit nervous. Mayhap I am afraid you and Calum will embarrass me. Theron arched an eyebrow. You forget I know Adara already, Eben. If she did not wish to see me again, she would not have accepted your invitation. He glowered at that. Then a thought struck him. He spoke carefully, trying to appear nonchalant. Theron, when you say you know Adara, how did the two of you... She silenced him with a sharp look. I know what you are asking at, Eben, and you ought to know better. If Adara and I met as lover and guest before you knew her, or even after, that is none of your business. Eben swallowed. That is how you know each other, then? Her eyes hardened. I have said neither yes nor no. I have said it is none of your business, and you do yourself no favors with such thoughts. She is a lover, Eben. She may have known me, or any other here in the academy, or up on the seat. It is none of your concern." "I know that," said Eben hastily. "I do. It is only—" He hesitated, searching for the right words. He looked around the edge of his armchair to ensure Calum was still safely stowed among the shelves. When he spoke, he could not meet her eye, but stared at his fidgeting hands. "I know it is foolish of me, Theron. I know it is foolish of me, Theron. Trust me, I know it. Yet I catch myself wishing I were more than her guest. Certainly I feel as though she is more than my lover. And sometimes I see in her eyes. I do not know, for I have heard many things about lovers' words. But I think she may feel the same about me, or at least something similar." Theron similar. Theron did not answer for a long moment, and as Eben raised his embarrassed gaze, he saw something horrible. Not anger, nor even irritation, but pity. She shook her head and closed pity. She shook her head and closed the book in her lap, which she had only been half glancing through anyway. Then she leaned forwards until their faces were level and gently placed one of her hands on his. "Eben," she said carefully, "your thoughts wander a road that will only end in heartsickness. A guest's dealings with a lover can be many things, and all of them wonderful, but it is never anything more than it is, if you take my meaning. And if there is no honesty between you and her, then your time together will end in darkness, and sooner rather than later." He shook his head quickly, smiling even though he did not feel like it. "Of course I understand that. It was foolish of me to speak. Forget I said anything. Do not be dishonest, Eben, with me or with her. Speak to Adara. She must hear your thoughts, and you must hear her answer. Dancing around it will only make things worse." "Of course," Eben repeated, and forced himself to chuckle. "Forgive me." "Forgive me. I was foolish to trouble you." Theron looked as though she was about to say more, but her gaze drifted over her shoulder. Eben followed it to Calum, nearly running as he came towards them, hoisting a book like a trophy over his head. "I have found her," he said in a shouted whisper, as though he wanted to crow but was afraid to disturb the library's peace. "I have found Kikit." "Be silent." "Peace. I have found Kikit." "Be silent," said Theron sharply. Though no one was close enough to hear, Eben understood her caution. The last thing they needed was for some instructor to hear them discussing the Wizard King whose amulet had been stolen from the vaults. "Sit down and tell us what you have found, but keep your voice hushed." Calum nearly leaped into his armchair between them, flipping the book open to a page he had held with his thumb. "Here she is. I had been searching in ancient histories of Idris, but none bore mention of her. At last I realized that many tomes from before the Dark War had been lost, and such histories would not help us. Then I thought to look in accounts of the Dark War itself. By the account of that logbook page we already found, Kikit died long before that time, but if she was as powerful as she seems, I thought there might be mention of her, like an echo of her power reverberating down through the centuries, having finally faded away before we were born." "Very poetic," said Eben, arching an eyebrow. "Now, stop regaling us with your brilliance and tell us what you have learned." Theron hid a smirk as Calum scowled, but the boy lowered his eyes to the page and held his finger against a passage. "Here it is. This says she was an ancient wizard king of Idris and a being of unstoppable power.
She could hide the glow in her eyes when she cast her spells, so that her foes had no warning of her attacks. Her magic could strike whole armies dead, and she once captured a dragon and forced it to serve as her steed when worms were not so uncommon in Underrealm.
Eben's eyes widened at the thought. A wizard riding through the sky upon a dragon's back, raining death and fire from above. But Theron snorted and rolled her eyes. Nearly every ancient wizard king has some such tale. By the time of the Dark War, men were wiser and history better kept. Then there were no more such tales. The thought of riding a dragon is a flight of fancy and nothing more.
Calum shrugged. You may be right. There are more accounts. You may be right. There are more accounts of her strength, though I will not trouble you with them now. But one thing is interesting. Some say she was elf-touched, for it is said she lived for 400 years.
Theron laughed out loud.
4 centuries? Nonsense.
Eben might have believed the dragon, but now even he had to shake his head.
That is impossible, Calum. There are elf-touched who walk the 9 lands even today, but they live their spans and then fade like all the rest. Elves do not grant everlasting life. That gift is theirs alone.
Calum gave them both an exasperated look.
I am not vouching for the author's integrity, he snapped. I am only relaying. He snapped. I am only relaying her words. Now, do you wish to hear about Kakit's amulet or not?
Theron and Eben leaned forwards together.
The book speaks of it?
Together.
The book speaks of it? In fair detail, said Calum. It seems Kakit enchanted many objects with dark and eternal magic. Of all the artifacts she imbued with power, none have lost the strength of their spells. Chief among them was her amulet, which she wore always, and never let another lay a hand upon it. It allowed her to transcend all other wizard kings of her time, giving her the strength to cast Darkfire without the use of mage stones.
Theron's face blanched, and she drew back in her seat, but Eben looked between them without understanding.
What is Darkfire? I have never heard of this.
Calum's face grew solemn, and he leaned in to speak quietly.
You remember when I told you the power of mage stones, and how a transmuter who consumed them could cast a spell called Blackstone?
I do, said Eben.
I Blackstone?
I do, said Eben.
It is a sort of corruption, is it not? One that destroys anything it touches, said Calum, nodding. Darkfire is similar. It is a flame, blacker than the darkest night, and it will burn steel and flesh like parchment. It cannot be put out once like parchment. It cannot be. It can.
It cannot be put out once it is started. Water cannot douse it, nor can it be suffocated. It burns until it peters out, utterly consuming everything in its path. Eben felt a tingle creeping along his skin. His mind's eye filled with visions of melting flesh and bone, and he thought he might be ill.
That is horrible,
he said, and the words cracked. He cleared his throat to strengthen his voice. Can Magestones Can Magestones grant no powers but those for evil? None, said Theron, shaking her head firmly. It is the same for all the 4 branches. To mind mages, Magestones give the strength of mind word. It gives us a voice of command, so that we may order anyone to do what we wish, and they have no choice but to obey, even once they are out of our sight. It is a perversion of our natural power. With my magic, I can move your body easily enough. With Magestones, I can take command of your mind, so that your body enforces my will. The library seemed to have darkened around them. Eben shook the feeling off. Eben shook the feeling off. And weremages? He said, fearing the answer. What does it do to them? It is called hellskin, said Calum softly. They become twisted monsters, like demons of the darkness below. Their shape depends on the weremage and their strength, but their skin is always covered with jutting horns and barbs, and their strength is unmatched by any natural creature. Unmatched any natural by is unmatched by any natural creature. Natural creature. In their hellskin form, weremages are impervious to magic, and the greatest among them can tear armies apart with their bare claws. Eben felt the blood drain from his face. Theron saw it and smirked. Now do you understand why the Academy so stringently bans any discussion of Magestones? Many of us react as you do now, terrified and afraid for our very souls. But some students hear such tales and can think only of the power Magestones would grant them. I want nothing of such power, said Eben quickly. Then you are Then you are surprisingly wise. But what else does the book say of Kakit, Calum? That is all. But still, that is a great deal more than we knew before. So the thief's plot may have something to do with Darkfire, said Theron, eyes sharp. And we know they are sharp. And we know they are a fire mage as well. Like Lilith, muttered Eben. Exactly. By unspoken agreement, they rose from their chairs. Where did Where did you find that book, Calum? Said Eben. It seems we have much more to learn if we said Eben. Calum, said Eben. It seems we have much more to learn if we mean to save the Academy.